John as well. She's right.
Right, is strengthened by your response in showing up here this morning. And I recognize that each of you are making some sacrifice by being present here today, and I know that it causes some inconvenience to each of you, but I think you would realize that jury service is an important duty, and the system that I think is the best system of justice in the world could not survive if people did not respond for jury service. So I want to thank you for being here again this morning. Now, some of you may be feeling a bit nervous or stressed at the thought of having to serve as a juror, but I want to assure every one of you that you are more than capable of serving as a juror and performing the duties required as a jury. Many of you think that you don't know what jury duty entails or what to expect, but it's my hope that your service as a juror, if you're picked to serve as a juror in this case, will be a rewarding experience. And after trials are done, and I've over the number of years, I've had about 90 of these things, and almost every juror that I talk to after the jury is done, after the trial is done, really expressed that they enjoyed being here and wanted to serve again. So once again, I want to thank you for being here and performing this service today. You've been summoned as a prospective juror in a criminal case entitled State of Ohio versus King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. Mr. Hagwood is the defendant in this case, meaning that he is charged with committing a criminal offense. Specifically, the indictment alleges in count 1 that on or about the 3rd day of July 2024, in the city of Willoughby Hills, Lake County, State of Ohio, King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. did, in attempting or committing a theft offense as defined in the Ohio Revised Code, or in fleeing immediately after the attempt or offense, have a deadly weapon as defined in the Revised Code, on or about his person or under his control, that being a firearm, and he did display the weapon, brandish it, indicate he possessed it or used the weapon. There is a specification to count 1 that states the grand jurors further find and specify that King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing the offense, and displayed the firearm, brandished the firearm, indicated he possessed the firearm or used the firearm to facilitate the offense. In count 2, it's alleged that on or about the 3rd day of July 2024 in the city of Willoughby Hills, Lake County, State of Ohio, King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. did purposely or knowingly and with sufficient culpability for the commission of the offense of grand theft of a motor vehicle in violation of section 2913.02 of the Revised Code, engage in conduct that, if successful, would constitute or result in the offense of grand theft of a motor vehicle in violation of section 2913.02 of the Revised Code, and that he did with purpose to deprive a female, the owner of property, that being a Hyundai Santa Fe, knowingly obtain or exert control over the said property without the consent of the female owner or person authorized to give consent. There is a specification to count 2 that states the grand jurors further find and specify that King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing the offense, and displayed the firearm, brandished the firearm, indicated he possessed the firearm or used the firearm to facilitate the offense. In count 3, it is alleged that on or about the 3rd day of July 2024 in the city of Willoughby Hills, Lake County, State of Ohio, King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. did receive, retain, or dispose of certain property, that being a 2021 Ford Explorer, the property of a male, the said King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr., knowing or having reasonable cause to believe the property had been obtained through the commission of a theft offense, and the said property being a motor vehicle as defined in the Ohio Revised Code. There is a specification to count 3 stating that the grand jurors further find and specify that King Isaiah Hagwood, Jr. had a firearm on or about his person or under his control while committing the offense. The indictment filed in this case which has been set forth and read to you, is not evidence. It is used to inform Mr. Hagwood that he has been charged with these offenses. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. Mr. Hagwood has pled not guilty to the charges. A plea of not guilty is a denial of the charges and puts in issue all the essential elements of each of the offenses. Now, the state of Ohio and Mr. Hagwood are entitled to jurors who approach this case with open minds until such time as a verdict is reached. It would be unfair and improper for you to decide the case based solely on only part of the evidence or without hearing the court's instructions or the arguments of counsel. Do not jump to conclusions on the basis of the first or even the last argument or the first or last evidence presented to you. In addition, jurors must be free as humanly possible from bias, prejudice, or sympathy, and not influenced by preconceived ideas either as to the facts or to the law. You will receive the facts from the witness stand. Instructions as to the law will be given to you by the court, and it is your duty to accept and apply the instructions as they are given to you. I want to begin by explaining the process by which some of you will be selected to serve as jurors in this case. As I said, each of you are undoubtedly qualified to serve as a juror. However, there could be something in this case that could disqualify you under the particular facts or circumstances that are present in this case. Therefore, we're going to go through a process whereby I ask you questions, and then following that, the attorney for the state of Ohio will ask you questions followed by defense counsel. And this process is called voir dire. It's an opportunity for the court and the attorneys to find out a little bit more beyond what's in your questionnaires, and the idea being to seat a fair and impartial jury for both sides in this case. These questions are not designed to pry into your personal affairs, but to discover if you have any knowledge of this case or if you have any experience in your personal or family lives that could prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case. I will ask you questions first as a group. If you have a response, I need you to raise your hand and identify yourself by your juror number only. Every time an individual speaks, that juror must be identified either by the person asking the question or by the individual answering the question. And we do this so a record is clear as to who is answering the question. After I've asked my questions, the attorneys will have a chance to ask you questions as well. And again, they're not designed to pry or to be offensive, but to make sure that we have a fair and impartial jury in this case. And I'm sure that you would understand that if any of you have some knowledge of the facts of this case or have already made up your mind as to what the verdict should be, you would not be able to serve as a juror. That person would be excused for what is called good cause. After you're done being questioned, I'll meet with the attorneys outside of your presence, at which time 13 individuals will be chosen as jurors in this case. One of those 13 will be the alternate. That person will not be identified until just before the deliberations begin. Now, it's important that each of you answer your questions honestly. We need you to be open and honest with all your responses. If for some reason there's something you don't want to discuss in front of the whole panel, let me know, and then we'll talk separately. Now, seated closest to the jury box directly in front of me, representing the state of Ohio, are Assistant Prosecuting Attorneys Haley Gold and Rachel Wood. Would you introduce yourselves, please?
Good morning. My name is Haley Gold. My name is Rachel Wood.
And would you introduce your representative, please?
And also seated with us is Detective Christian Powell from the Willoughby Hills Police Department.
All right, thank you. Seated at the other table, representing the defendant, Mr. Hagwood, are attorneys John Fatika and Isabella Jackson. Would you introduce yourselves and your client, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Fatika. To my right is King Hagwood, and to his right is Isabella Jackson.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. You've already met Bob Gonzalez. He's the bailiff. It's his job to keep you together and tell you where to be and when to be throughout the trial. Kathy Miller is our court reporter. She's responsible for recording and taking down everything that is said in court. It's very important that the witnesses, the jurors, and the lawyers speak clearly and loudly enough for her to hear them. And because people have a tendency to nod or shake their head in response to a question, pretty early on, you're going to hear me remind you that you need to verbalize your answer so she can take that down. And one thing, particularly the folks in the back, especially in that last row, if you're speaking, you make the extra effort, please, to speak loudly so Kathy can hear you. Now, those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and the jurors. The lawyers present the evidence through the questioning of witnesses, which must be done according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence is to be admitted. At times during the trial, a lawyer may make an objection to a question asked by another lawyer or to an answer by a witness. This simply means the lawyer is requesting I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusion from the objections or from my ruling on the objections. These only relate to legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. As jurors, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility or believability of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. Later, the court will furnish the law which you will apply to these facts. It is your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Once a jury is selected, the procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the state will outline in an opening statement what they expect their evidence will show. The defense may then, but need not, make an opening statement. These opening statements are not evidence. They are a preview of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented to you. The state then offers evidence to support its claim. The defendant may then present evidence, but is not required to do so. If the defense does offer evidence, then the state may offer rebuttal evidence. The trial concludes with the instructions of law and the arguments of counsel. You would then deliberate on your verdict. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant he has been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. The plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of each offense. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state of Ohio to prove the facts necessary for its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offenses charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot say you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts which the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. applying these tests, you may assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses if the defendant takes a stand and testifies. The defendant has the constitutional right to not testify in this trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you shall not consider that decision for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence would be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. The court instructs you not to converse with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in the trial must not converse with you. And in fact, they are ordered not to talk to you until after the case has concluded. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report that incident to me or to the bailiff immediately. Do not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information about the case outside the courtroom. It is improper for any of you to attempt to do so. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media on the subject of this trial. Do not permit anyone to read or comment upon them to you or in your presence. Such reports may be incomplete and inaccurate. You may only consider and decide this case upon the evidence received at the trial. If you acquire any information from an outside source, you must report it. If you realize during the course of the trial you have personal knowledge of any facts in this case, inform the bailiff as soon as possible. Now, as I indicated at the outset, I'm going to ask you questions first. If you have a response, raise your hand, and then we'll go through everybody who has a response to the question. First of all, does anybody know any of the attorneys in this case that have introduced themselves? Is it? Okay, and your number, please?
30,
And who do you know?
Mr. Fatika,
All right, and how do you know Mr. Fatika?
through a prior case,
All right, and how long ago was that?
a year ago.
Anything about that case that that would prevent you from being a fair juror in this case?
No,
All right. And with that, how much interaction did you have with Mr. Fatika?
I spoke with him a few times.
Okay. Is there anything about that experience that would lead you to either favor Mr. Fatika's side or disfavor his side?
Neither.
Okay, and so you can be fair in this case?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else? Does anybody know the officer? Anybody know Mr. Hagwood? Does anybody know me? All right, do any of the potential jurors know each other? All right, I'm going to I'll start with number 2. Remember, when I ask you who you know, only use the juror numbers, not the name, okay? Juror number 2, who do you know?
Juror number 13.
Okay, and how do you know 13?
We work at the same place.
How often do you see each other?
We both work from home now, so
All right, how long has that been going on? Working at home?
I've been working from home since 2019.
Okay. So the contact, do you have any face-to-face contact with number 13?
I mean, I'll see her, we live in the same neighborhood, I'll see her around, but
Okay. How often do you have contact while you're working?
no.
Okay. Let's suppose that you are seated as a juror, number 13 is seated as a juror, and you guys deliberate, and you come to one conclusion as to how the case should come out, and she comes to the opposite conclusion. Would that affect your relationship either in your neighborhood or at work?
No.
Would you be able to listen to her arguments as to why she was on the opposite side of you and consider those arguments?
Yes.
Would that cause any bad feeling at all between the two of you?
No.
Same questions for you, number 13. If you guys are seated together and you came to opposite conclusions, would that affect your ability to work together or to be good neighbors together?
No.
Any issue at all with that? Okay. Anybody else? Any other jurors know each other? All right. I read you the indictment in this case. Does that, and this was from July 3 of last year, does that ring a bell, those facts? Anybody ever hear about this case before? Now, has anybody served as a juror in the past? And by, let's start this way. Who has actually served on a jury from the standpoint of getting picked and sitting and hearing the case? Any of those? Okay, a lot of them. Oh, it's gonna take a while. All right, let's start with number 1. When did you serve?
It's been quite a while ago, it was federal court.
Okay. More than 20 years ago, do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Was that a criminal case or a civil case? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Anything about that case that stands out, that you recall,
No, it ended up getting dismissed.
during the trial? Okay. Is there anything about your service in that case that would prevent you from sitting here and being a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Who else had their hand up over here? Number 2, when did you serve?
It probably was over 20 years ago.
Okay, where was that?
Lake County Courthouse here, under Judge E.G. Luigi,
Okay. Do you remember what kind of case? Was it a civil or criminal case?
criminal.
What, do you remember a lot of specifics about that
It was
case?
a rape case.
Do you remember the jury instructions you were given at the end of the case?
I mean, no.
Okay.
Just pay attention to the evidence and the laws.
Okay. If you happen to remember, and I'm glad you don't remember, because that would indicate there's a problem here, but if you remember anything, I'm gonna give you, if you're picked, a set of instructions that you have to follow. If you happen to remember anything from the last case, would you discount that and decide this case only on what the instructions that I give you and the facts that you find?
I would be able to do that, yes.
All right. Anything about your service in that case that you think would prevent you from being unfair in this case?
No.
Okay. All right, who else over here? Number 5, when did you serve?
I've been on several juries. Back when I was in college, here in Lake County, it was on a civil case and also a criminal case.
How long ago do you think it's been since you served on the last one?
But I think about that long ago, but it would have been late 70s.
Okay. Anything about those cases that would prevent you from being a fair juror in this case?
No.
Can you set aside everything you know about jury service and what you learned from the past cases and decide this case based only on the facts that you find and the law you are given?
Yes.
Okay. All right, who else?
And as you
Yeah.
mentioned, I've been on several other juries as well.
Okay. Were they all criminal cases? Do you remember?
No, in 2010, it was the civil case.
Okay.
And also about 8 years ago, I was the foreman of the grand jury in Judge Lucy's court.
Okay. All right. So with regard to the civil case, I read you the burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what the finding has to be. In a civil case, it was by a preponderance of the evidence. Would you set aside that standard and decide this case on the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And since you served as a grand jury foreman, you sat there for 3 months, you heard several cases every week, and in that capacity, you voted on whether there was probable cause to believe a specific crime was committed and whether that person that's been charged committed that offense. That was the standard, correct?
Correct.
But that was only probable cause, right?
Yes.
Which is, as you know, is a lot lower standard than beyond a reasonable doubt. Would you set aside your knowledge of the system as a grand juror, as a foreman of the grand jury, and decide this case based on the applicable standard?
Yes, I would.
All right, juror number 7, when did you serve?
Probably over 20 years ago,
Okay, where was that?
here in Lake County.
All right. Do you remember what kind of case it was?
It was a civil,
All right. Did you deliberate on a verdict?
yes,
And did that jury come to a verdict?
yes,
Did you have any problems in your deliberations as far as trying to figure out what the facts were and follow what the instructions were?
no,
All right. And as I told juror number 5, your standard that you were deciding that case on was preponderance of the evidence. Will you be able to set that standard aside and base your decision if you're selected on the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt?
yes,
Okay. Any problem with that at all?
no.
All right. Anybody else in the jury box over here? Number 9, go ahead, tell me about it.
I was a juror in Judge Colada's court about 5 years ago. I believe it was a criminal case.
Okay, and did you deliberate in that case?
Yes.
All right. Did that jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
So you've got some experience in deliberations, the kind of the give and take on how things go. Did you have any problem doing that? You have any problem listening to other jurors' reasoning and what they decided?
No.
Okay. And if you remember any of those instructions, will you set those aside and decide this case based only on the evidence that you find and the law that I give you? Any problem at all being a juror since you just did it 5 years ago?
No.
Okay. All right, who else up here? All right, number 11, tell me about your service.
I served over 30 years ago, I think, as an alternate.
Okay, did you know you were the alternate at the time the trial started?
Not when it started. Well, yes, when it started.
Okay, all right. Any problem with, since you knew that you probably wouldn't deliberate, any problem following the trial or paying attention or?
No.
Okay. And did you stay in the courthouse throughout the deliberations or were you released right after the trial?
I was released.
Do you know how that jury decided?
Yes, because when I was leaving, the check was bailed, he said I could check later on.
Okay, all right. Did you, as you sat and listened as an alternate, when you found out what the verdict was, is that something that you thought was accurate or should have been done?
Yeah, I was leaning that way for sure.
Okay. Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case?
No.
All right. And can you set aside what you learned about jury service in that case and decide this case based only on the facts and the law that I give to you?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was up here? Okay, number 14, go ahead.
Yeah, mid-80s, I served in jury here in Lake County.
All right. Do you remember what kind of case, civil or criminal?
It was a criminal case.
Anything stand out about that case that you remember?
No, I barely remember it.
Okay. All right. Any problem setting that service aside and deciding this case based on the facts that you find and the law that I give to you?
No problem.
Okay. All right. We're only 14 people in, and this is, I think, the most I've ever had that have actually served on juries before. So, all right, let's start in the back. Let me see some hands. Number 21, go ahead, tell me about your service.
I served on Judge Lucci's court, and I was the alternate.
And you did not know you were the alternate till right before deliberations, right?
Yes.
All right, were you aggravated when you found out you were the alternate?
Yes, I wanted to be part of it and listen and, yeah.
Okay. Did you stay while deliberations, stay in the courthouse while deliberations were going on?
I was sequestered.
Okay. Did your view of the evidence mirror what the jury found eventually in their verdict? All right. Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case?
No.
All right. If you remember anything about that case,
Yes.
if you do, can you set that aside and decide this case on the facts that you find and the law I give you?
Yes.
All right, any problem at all doing that?
Nope.
Okay. All right, who else back there? Number 23, go ahead.
I served on a criminal case, I think it was Mitrovic, so that was a long time ago.
Okay.
And then I was on the grand jury, I think about 5 years ago.
All right, now, anything about that grand jury service that would prevent you from being a trial juror in this case?
No, I think it was an eye opener. Basically, you had one side presenting.
Right.
And, you know, we always made a decision on that.
And that's the way that process is set up. You're only hearing from the state in that case, but then all you have to find is probable cause. Would you have any problem living up to the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt as opposed to probable cause if you're selected in this case? And then with regard to your trial jury service with Judge Mitrovic, any problem setting aside your service and what you know about trial jury, being a trial juror, and decide this case on the facts and the law I give you?
I mean, I would say it was an eye opener because we prosecuted some girl and she was sort of trusting of the police and she should have gotten an attorney right away. So I learned that.
Okay. Would that trial cause you to favor one side versus the other in this case, do you think? Okay. All right, thank you. Was Judge Mitrovic crabby the whole trial?
It was not very personal. If I remember correctly.
He had his own unique personality, but he was a really good judge.
Your personality is a lot better.
Well, I think I tried about 12 cases in front of him, so I had to kind of play his game when I was in front of him. So, who else served on a jury? Number 24, go ahead.
This is like the 9th time that I've been here.
Are you happy or mad about that?
I started off in 1981 with Mitrovic on grand jury,
Okay.
and that went for about 3 months. And then I did Friday for 3 months.
Right.
And then after that, I've done civil, municipal, and I had one was criminal on civil.
So,
That was like the last time, I think, was 2007.
all right, anything about any of those experiences that would cause you to favor one side or the other in this case?
No, I think grand jury was really eye-opening, learned a lot.
It's pretty rare that when I have 36 people in there that anybody served on a grand jury before. Now we have 3 people so far, and we're not even done yet. And you've heard these questions of the prior grand jurors. Your standard was pretty low when you were deciding how to vote to indict or not to indict as a grand juror. Would you be able to set that aside and?
Yeah, I mean, the parameters were different, it's like, did it occur in what jurisdiction, probability, something like that.
Right. All right, so can you set aside all those experiences as a grand juror and a trial juror and decide this case based only on the facts and the law that I give to you?
Sure.
Do you think you'd have any problem doing that at all?
No.
Okay, thank you. Who else back here? And 25, go ahead.
I had sat on a civil case about 20 years ago in trial.
What do you remember about that experience?
It was okay.
Do you remember having to report and sit in a room with a couple hundred people and sit there all day sometimes before you got
Yeah.
called?
Pulled from one court to another, going through the process, yes.
Okay. And when you finally served, do you remember anything about the case?
Yes.
Do you remember the jury instructions in that case?
Not as much the jury instructions, I remember what happened during
Did that jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
And if you remember the instructions, you realized from the other questioning that the standard in that case you had to decide it by was preponderance of the evidence. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. Who else back here? Number 19, go ahead.
I served on the jury in, it was the eighties, criminal case here in Lake County.
All right. Anything about that case stand out for you?
It was a long one, it lasted 18 days.
What kind of case was it?
Arson and insurance fraud, and there were two different defendants.
Do you remember?
Black and white.
Do you remember who the judge was?
No, I don't.
All right. So that's an unusually long case.
Yes, it was.
Did you have any trouble sitting for that length of time?
No, I was a lot younger then.
And I'm gonna guarantee you this is not an 18-day case, so don't worry about that. Do you remember the instructions from that case?
No.
All right. Will you assure me that you'll decide this case based only on the evidence that you find and the instructions that I give you?
Yes.
All right. Okay, anybody else? All right, so some of you have been summoned before but not picked to serve as jurors. Let me see those hands. Okay, is there anything about, and I'll ask you number 3, anything about that experience that would prevent you from sitting as a juror in this case?
No, excuse me, no.
Okay. And did you have your hand up, number 4, also? Anything about that experience that would cause you not to be a fair juror in this case? Okay. All right. Has anybody in the panel had any prior legal training of any sort? All right, let's go to number 25. Tell me about it.
I worked in construction law.
What did you do?
I filed liens and certain notices on construction sites and subcontractors and general contractors. But again, that was over 20 years ago.
Okay. Did you have some sort of formal schooling for that before you started doing it?
No.
Okay. Anything about that experience that would cause you not to be a fair juror in this
No.
case? All right, and 26, did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I worked for law office,
20 years ago? Where at? What kind of, did you have a specific area that you worked in?
I just, no, it was a private practice.
Was it, did they do any criminal defense work? Anything about what you observed during that time in the criminal defense realm that would cause you to be unfair to either side in this case?
No.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Is there anybody that has any ethical, moral, religious, or philosophical views that would prevent you from sitting as a juror in this case? Now, in speaking with the lawyers this morning before we came in, it's expected that this case would be over probably within 3 days. So other than everybody's normal everyday activities such as work and family issues, is there anybody that would have any extraordinary difficulty being here if the trial were to last 3 days? Okay, number 4, go ahead.
My grandfather passed away yesterday, and I don't know when services are, but I'm anticipating that it could be, so it should be okay.
Okay.
But I just wanted to.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Number 15, go ahead.
I would love to take part in this. I feel it is a civic duty, but
I'm retiring in 3 weeks, and I'm just overwhelmed with things to get done between now and then at work, and I prefer not to at this point.
Okay. What
If
type
I'm
of,
called, though, I will be standing by.
okay. What type of work do you do?
I'm in sales. And, industrials. I'm just trying to get 3 different guys, take over my territory, get them to know customers, get things finalized, and all my files, we've taken care of, and all the projects I have going on right now, I just have a lot going on.
Okay. If you are picked, would you be able to concentrate on this case throughout the trial? Okay. All right. Those 3 guys, are they gonna be as good as you at what you did?
Absolutely.
All right.
There's nothing that wouldn't be said about 40 years ago.
Your number, please?
29.
Okay, go ahead.
It may not be a conflict, but I just wanted to say I do have plans to go out of town this Friday.
Okay.
Reservations were made in January.
I have plans to go out of town on Friday too, so.
I mean, it doesn't sound like maybe it would be a problem, but I just wanted to put it out there.
All right, all right. Who else had their hand up? That's it? Okay. Now, is there anybody that has any physical problems that prevents you from sitting for prolonged periods of time? And by that I mean we pretty routinely will take a break between an hour and a half and an hour and 45 minutes, a 15-minute break, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, then an hour at lunch. So does anybody have any problems, physical problems, that would prevent them from sitting for that period of time? Okay. All right, now, as I said, it's the job of the jury to decide whether or not Mr. Hagwood is guilty or not guilty of any one or more of these offenses that are charged. If he is found guilty, it becomes my duty to determine what the sentence should be, and I make that decision with more information that is that's not relevant during the trial, but I will have other information as to how to guide me in that sentencing. It's not something that's available to you as jurors. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that sentencing is a completely different purview than what the jury has to decide. You just decide whether he is guilty or not guilty of the offenses. Is there anybody that thinks they can't perform the jury of making in making that decision without thinking about what might happen afterward if he is found guilty? Can you assure me that you'll keep that out of your mind because it's not relevant to your focus? Anybody have a problem with that at all? Okay. So we've been sitting here and I've been talking to you for about 40 minutes. Anybody decided how this case should come out yet, based on what we've talked about? I'm always concerned that somebody's going to raise their hand on that. Okay. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the state. Ms. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? If you cannot, please raise your hands, let me know. Sometimes my voice does tend to trail off. Again, my name is Rachel Wood. I'm an assistant prosecuting attorney with the Lake County Prosecutor's Office. The elected prosecutor is Charles E. Colson. I'm with Ms. Haley Gold and Detective Powell from the Willoughby Hills Police Department. He is the detective who is assigned to the case. By law, he is permitted to sit at the trial table with us throughout the duration of the trial, and he has a different function than the uniformed officer from the Sheriff's Department that you see here in the courtroom today, providing courtroom security, courthouse security, as well as when you checked in, when you arrived here. I want to thank everyone so far for all of your attention and for sharing. A few of you mentioned that you have been prior jurors before. I've tried a few cases here. Does anybody recognize myself or Ms. Gold or Mr. for Ms. Jackson? What about those on the panel who have served on the grand jury? Mr. Fatika would not be at the grand jury, but Ms. Gold and I present a number of cases to the grand jury over the years. Does anybody think that we look familiar at all, or Detective Powell testifying at grand jury in the past? Does anyone in the group know anyone that works for the Lake County Prosecutor's Office? Yes, juror number 5.
I'm a flight instructor, and Mr. Colson is one of my students.
Okay. And how often did you see Mr. Colson?
Probably once a month or so,
And when's the last time you saw him? Has it been recent?
about 2 years ago.
Okay. And did he ever talk about what was happening in the office or any specific cases with you at all?
No.
Knowing that you have that relationship, would you think that you could remain fair and impartial when you're hearing the testimony, knowing that he is our boss?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Was he a good listener as a flight student?
Actually, he was very good.
I'll tell him you said that. Anybody else know anyone? Yes, juror number
I'm not sure
15.
she's with the prosecutor's office, but Lisa Clymer is my niece.
She's your niece? Okay. She does not work for the Lake County Prosecutor's Office. She's the City of Mentor prosecutor. Does she talk about her cases with you at all? No? Okay. Knowing that you have that relationship, do you think you could remain fair and impartial?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Yes, juror number 4?
I work with, I'm a social worker in the emergency department, and we work with the Victims Advocate Program for the prosecutor's office. So I know the Victims Advocate team very well.
Okay. So there are victim advocates that are with our office. They're not going to be in the courtroom or testifying here. Is there anything about that relationship that would cause you to favor one side over the other because you do know them?
No.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Prosecutor's office, whether support staff, investigators, victim advocates. There's also going to be testimony from analysts from the Lake County Crime Laboratory. Does anybody know anyone that works there? Or taken a tour before? Juror number 5?
As part of our duties at the grand jury, we took a tour of the crime lab.
Okay, and did you enjoy that process?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay. And anything that you may have learned, whether in that tour or on your grand jury service, from the crime lab staff, would you be able to set that aside and listen to the testimony as you hear it today?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, juror number, I'm sorry, I can't see your number. 29?
I've had a tour of the crime lab a couple times.
Okay, same questions before. Anything that you may have learned in that tour, would you be able to set that aside and listen to the testimony that you hear if you were selected? Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, 23?
But the grand jury have
Okay.
to do the tour.
Okay, same question?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody, I know juror number 28, you shared this earlier, besides 28, know anyone that works?
29.
Oh,
I wanna
29,
correct you.
sorry.
Oh,
29 shared before that. She knows someone that works, Mr. Fatika, at the Public Defender's Office. Does anybody else know anyone that works at the Lake County Public Defender's Office? What about anybody that works here in the courthouse? Going to read a lengthy list of names of people that may testify or that you may hear about in this trial. And when I'm finished, if anybody knows any names, please let me know. Pierre Butler, Jamarian Bradley, Patrolwoman Alicia Fodor, Bina Vanswalker, Ryan Barshik, Sharina Brown, Sarah McCullough, Nicholas Northrup, Jessica Ritchie, Dr. Karen Zabarella, Patrolman Brian Borgione, Sergeant Paul Kokenauer, Seth Dodson, Detective Kurt Balke, Detective Joseph Fink, Detective Dominic Wren, Patrolman Ty McFadden, Detective Vladimir Savka, Patrolman Dylan Weidrich, Patrolman Jeremiah Jones, Jason Northrup, and Patrolman Demetrius Madison. Some of those officers work here in Willoughby Hills, some Cleveland Police, Maple Heights, Shaker Heights. Does anyone recognize any of those names? If in the future you are selected and you do recognize a person who is testifying, please let the bailiff know. Now, as Judge O'Donnell instructed, this is the only time that we, as the attorneys, have any opportunity to speak with you until after the trial has finished. And if you see us in the hallway or in the restroom, please know that we are not ignoring you. We are not trying to be rude, but the law does not permit us to talk to you, wave hi, say good morning. We want to preserve the integrity until the very, very end of the trial. And then at the end, if you are willing, we'd love to speak with you. We are looking for people for this specific case, and I encourage everybody to be open and honest, and please do not hesitate to raise your hands. If I do miss a hand, please get my attention. I don't want to forget anybody. If you are not selected for this trial today and this week, it does not mean that you have any wrong or incorrect beliefs. You just may not be the best fit for this trial, but there are many, many trials that go on in this courthouse, and you may be a better fit next week or the week after. We intend to present all of our evidence in this case digitally on this large screen behind me. Did anyone have issues this morning when the video was played, seeing anything on the screen, maybe reading some of the text? When I ask these questions going forward, please know it is not my intention to embarrass or pry or look into every single detail of your personal life. We are just looking for people who can remain fair and impartial based on these facts. And any of my questions, regardless of what they are, if you do not feel comfortable sharing in front of the group for whatever reason, please let me know, and we can speak privately after we finish with the judge. Judge O'Donnell asked about extraordinary circumstances if you were selected. Juror number 4 you shared, juror number I think 15. Does anybody else have any important work travel booked, meetings you absolutely cannot miss, child care issues? Yes, juror number 21.
Oh, 29, or 21. This Thursday, I'm gonna have to do payroll.
Okay,
That's it. I'm the only one that does it.
okay. Is it due by a certain time and a day?
Just by the end of the day.
Okay. And if you are not there, nobody else would be able to cover for you?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Okay. This is a criminal case. It is not a civil case. And we are looking for jurors who can follow the law exactly as the judge will instruct at the end of the testimony. This crime occurred in Willoughby Hills at the Pine Ridge Apartments. Has anybody lived there before? Yes, juror number 29. Or do you currently live there?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with the layout of the complex?
Yes.
Okay. And anything that you may know about the complex, would you be able to sort of set that aside and listen to all the testimony you hear here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else live at Pine Ridge? Anybody visit anybody that lives there? Or have friends, family? Yes, juror number 24.
My late husband used to live there back in the 80s.
Okay. Any thing you may know about the complex or people that live there, would you be able to set that aside?
I barely remember.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Juror number 8. Okay. Okay, so for the people who have familiarity with the apartment complex, there will be an instruction that you're not to do your own investigation, not to go to the scene, visit it, look for evidence. Is that something that you'd be able to follow, given that you've been there before? Okay. Who else raised their hand? Juror number 9?
I have a nephew that lives there.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay. And does he talk about how he likes living there, dislikes living there, anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Has he had any issues there with the building or security at all?
Parking, I think.
Okay, a lot of people that live there. Okay, thank you for sharing. Juror number 11?
I have a couple friends that lived there in the past, a long time ago.
Okay, and when's the last time you've been there? If you had to guess.
20 years ago.
Okay, thank you for sharing. The defendant is charged with 3 counts and some specifications. Count 1 is aggravated robbery. Count 2 is attempted grand theft of a motor vehicle. And count 3 is receiving stolen property. Based on hearing, yes, juror number 6?
Yes, I've been to Pine Ridge.
Okay.
Probably several times through work.
Okay.
Because of my work, I visited so many places, I really can't remember details about the place.
Okay. What did you do for work that brought you to that complex?
I'm a home care occupational therapist, so I visited patients.
Okay, all right. Anything that you may know about that facility, would you be able to set that aside and listen to all the
Yeah.
testimony? Okay, thank you for sharing. Based on the charges, just as I read them, without hearing any of the elements or any of the law that make up those charges, does anyone think that they would not be a good fit to be a juror hearing those charges? I mentioned briefly that we intend to present our evidence digitally, which means if you are selected, at the end of the trial, you will be getting a, not a CD, but a hard drive, and you'll be able to look at all of the exhibits digitally. You'll be able to zoom in, click through pictures. Does anyone have any pause or concern digitally as opposed to a hard copy that you can hold in your hand and flip through? Now, the role of the judge here is to make all of the legal decisions, sort of like a referee in charge of the court proceedings. He makes all the legal decisions based on certain rules that the attorneys have to follow, the jury has to follow, and there's certain rules of evidence that we have to abide by. Sometimes you may hear either side raise an objection, and we'll go up to the sidebar and discuss it, and based on how the judge decides, determines how the witness can or cannot answer. It's called a sidebar. There will be an instruction not to try and listen or speculate about what we are discussing at the sidebar. Does anyone think that that would pose a problem for them, that they would need to know what we're talking about if they are selected? Judge will provide a very lengthy and comprehensive instruction at the end of what the law is, and sometimes it's not what you expect or think. those instructions, as I mentioned briefly, is not to do any independent research or investigation, including looking on local media sites, Channel 19, News Herald, Police Department Facebook pages. Raise of hands. Is anybody on Facebook and follow those types of sites at all? Number 13, number 15, blue shirt 26, juror number 31, okay. So oftentimes we see updates, people are arrested or crime has been committed, what busted Lake County. Does anyone have a Facebook page? Okay, juror number, do you follow it frequently?
No, I just see things every once in a while pop up.
Okay, and if there's anything, whether it's the system in general that you learned, your ability to remain fair and impartial, same questions as juror?
No.
Okay. Did either of you see any postings about this case in particular? Okay,
Not that I know.
thank you for sharing. Anybody over here that I might, juror number 20?
Yeah, I frequently see those pages. My husband, was in the, military police, so we follow a lot of that stuff, discuss stuff, but I don't remember seeing pictures on this case.
Okay. If there are any posts about charges that are similar to what the defendant is charged with here, would you be able to disregard that and not look at those? Either posts or comments and listen to the law as the judge provides it?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 21?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
I was asking about the social media sites, about seeing an
Oh.
article, whether it's related to this case or maybe something similar.
I'm familiar with it, but I never go on there.
Okay, all right.
And also I want to clarify, payroll can be done, someone in finance and, the next day, it can be turned in Friday morning.
Okay, so if you are selected, payroll would be covered. Would you be thinking about it or worried about someone covering for you if you were selected?
No.
Okay, so you'd be able to focus and listen to all the instructions, and then if you're selected, if deliberations take maybe longer than expected, that wouldn't be an issue? Okay, thank you. Anybody else? A few people raised their hands. Yes, juror number 26?
Yeah, I follow those pages.
Okay. If you saw anything in the past or in the future, would you be able to set that aside and not look into any comments or headlines, anything like that? Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you. Juror number, I'm sorry, I can't see you. 31?
Yeah, I found it, but
Would not. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? All of the evidence that you hear will come from that witness stand. Evidence is not what the attorneys say, it's what the witness saw, heard, felt, and observed. The role of the jury is to decide the facts and what facts are taken as evidence as heard only from the witness stands. As I mentioned, we have a lot of digital evidence, short videos, calls, text logs, photographs, and after all the evidence is presented, the role of the jury is to make a decision whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. And the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. What makes sense is based on reason and common sense. Judge O'Donnell mentioned it is not the role of the jury to even consider or think about the topic of punishment, and that you could not consider that at all for any reason. Based on everything that we've talked about so far, does anyone feel that they could not sit as a juror? Or does not want to? For those who have served on grand jury, the burden has the burden of proof. Mr. Fatika, Ms. Jackson have absolutely zero burden. They could play cards, they could do other work. They're not going to do that, they're going to pay attention, but they have no burden whatsoever. Has anybody heard the phrase, beyond a shadow of a doubt or beyond all doubt? Anywhere, TV, books, podcasts? Yes, juror number 21, all the above?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody listen to true crime podcasts at all? Okay, juror number 20, 25, 26, okay. Whether those podcasts are covering cases from Ohio or different states, sometimes they get the law wrong, the standard wrong. For those who do listen to those types of media, would you be able to set that aside and listen to the law exactly as the judge instructs? Juror number 20, yes? 25 and 26?
Yes.
Okay. Beyond a reasonable doubt is based on reason, it's based on common sense. Everything related to human affairs is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. And the judge will give an example when he reads you the jury instructions if you are selected at the end of the case. Does everyone agree that they would be able to follow the judge's instruction on the law, even if you may disagree with it? Does everyone agree that they will hold this state to the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt and not beyond all doubt or 100% doubt or a shadow of a doubt? The state has to prove each element of each of the 3 crimes that are attached. The judge will define all of the elements. The witnesses will testify to all of the elements of those crimes. And if the state proves each element beyond a reasonable doubt, then the verdict must be what? Guilty. If the state is not able to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty. And each crime must be assessed independent of each other. I was also very surprised to hear about prior jury service of so many of you, and I thank you all for your prior service and for being here today. People who have served before, is there anyone that did not enjoy their service? Everyone enjoyed it?
I did enjoy it.
Okay. You served in Cuyahoga County?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the process of sitting in the courtroom and listening to the testimony, or everything prior to that that you did not enjoy?
It was the testimony.
The testimony? Okay. Was it a criminal case or civil case? Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else does not enjoy serving? Is there anyone that wants to serve again? Nobody? Okay. Now, juror number 5, you talked about being on the grand jury before. Sometimes as assistant prosecutors, we talk about the case, you hear from police officers, anything that you may have learned from one of the assistants or an officer testifying, other civilian witnesses, would you be able to separate that knowledge and listen to all the testimony here today?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Same question for juror number 23. You were on the grand juror a number of years ago, a couple years ago? Okay. And would you be able to set anything that you may have learned, whether from an assistant or police officer or civilian witness testifying if you were selected?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the process of serving on the grand jury?
It's 3 months, so.
It's a long commitment, yes.
But they got it at work, so that was okay.
Yes, that is a plus. Juror number 25, you said that you worked in construction law a number of years ago. Did you frequently have conversations with clients or the attorneys about the status of their case and how it was progressing?
I communicated with the client and with the attorney. We were not, I didn't work in that department, but I would prepare, if they had not gotten paid, we would prepare to go to trial. But mostly I just worked with the attorney to have the lien filed against the person, and then try to give the resolution to it. But the actual case, that was another.
Okay. And did they talk about the status of the law and what was favorable or not favorable to your client with you?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about those conversations, would you be able to separate those if you were selected here today?
Yeah, I mean, it was 20 years.
Okay. And you said you were responsible for filing. Did you file electronically back then, or was it in person mainly?
It was still in person. It was in person and
In fact. Okay.
It wasn't electronic.
Okay. So anything about the filing system or the court system, now we've moved more to online filing, would you be able to follow the law, not do any independent research, given that you do have some backgrounds?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Number 26, I think you mentioned that you worked for a law firm a number of years ago that did criminal defense. Okay. Were there a number of attorneys in the firm? Was it a solo practitioner?
Solo.
Okay. Do you remember his or her name?
Yes.
Okay. And are they still in practice? As a former employee of a law firm, did you sit in on client meetings, attend court at all?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Is there any?
I like dusted and watered flowers and everything.
Okay. Very important things. Anything about that experience that would cause you to favor one side?
No.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Yes, juror number, I'm sorry, I can't see your number. 34?
I do work for a law firm.
You currently work for a law firm?
Yeah.
Okay, what type of law do they practice?
Mostly I deal with asbestos and real estate.
Okay. And do you prepare filings, meet with clients?
Yes. Yes.
And do you have to go to court or assist the attorneys in court at all? Anything about your current job that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial if you were selected? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Legal experience? Does anyone have any positive or negative experience or views about law enforcement? Good or bad? Yes, juror number 18?
My father's a retired Cleveland police officer,
Okay.
so I think very highly of law
And
enforcement.
did he talk about any of his cases with you or specific investigations that he worked on while he was?
Not specific, but he worked for financial crimes, PCIR, internal affairs, so.
Okay. And he's retired now? Okay. And the fact that you do have that relationship, would you be able to assess the credibility of officers who testify here in the same manner as every other witness who may not be law enforcement?
Hard to say.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, juror number 20?
As I had mentioned, my husband was a military policeman, so he did standard police type things. Prior to that, he was a cop in Madison, Ohio.
Okay. Here in Lake County?
Yes,
Township or the village?
the village.
Okay. And did he talk about his cases with you at all?
He would, yes.
Anything that you may have learned, would that affect your ability to remain fair and impartial here?
I am of the opinion that cops arrest criminals and not, if they're not criminal, they won't be arrested.
Did he talk to you about whether or not he had to go to court after an arrest was made at all?
That was very rare.
Okay, okay. What about any cases, not maybe his case, but within able to follow the law if you are selected, and apply it to all the testimony that you hear from law enforcement officers and people who are not law enforcement officers equally?
I would certainly try my best.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 24?
My niece by marriage is a police officer. I think in Perry, she was in Madison for a while.
Okay. And does she talk about her cases with you?
No, we don't talk.
Okay, okay. Given that you do have that relationship with someone in law enforcement, would you be able to assess their law enforcement credibility like any other witness here in this case if you are selected?
Sure.
Thank you for sharing. 25, yes?
I have, I know several people, well, live here in Texas that work law enforcement. One is, works in Highland Heights, another one works Cuyahoga County, another one is in Sheriff's Office in Jasmine.
Okay, so all over the board. Same questions before. Did they talk about their cases with you or what happens after an arrest, going to court, anything of that nature?
No, I don't ask,
Okay. If a law enforcement officer were to testify here, would you weigh their testimony using the same tools as any other witness?
yeah, I do my best.
Thank you. Yes, juror number 15.
I guess we're talking about people who know people in law enforcement. My wife's brother was a police officer, and one of my best friends is a retired police officer and a park ranger. I obviously have support for the profession and respect it. Having said that, I do believe that I could be biased. I mean, unbiased.
Unbiased? Okay. You sure?
And fair.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else that, yes, juror number,
My grandpa is a retired police officer.
I'm sorry, can't see your number.
Oh, 35.
35. Your grandfather, do you know what area in the city of Cleveland that he worked in? Did he ever talk about his cases with you? All right, so you will hear testimony if you're selected from a Cleveland police officer. Would you hold that person to either a higher or lower standard given where they work and their profession? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 8.
Great nephew was a police officer, now detective in
Chesterland?
Chesterland.
Okay. Same questions, does he or she talk about their cases with you or going to court at all? Would you weigh police officer testimony using the same evaluation skills that you would with any other witness? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 1.
I have a nephew who's a police officer in Cleveland Heights. I have my brother-in-law is a retired Cleveland policeman, and my niece works in the Geauga Sheriff's Department.
Okay. How often do you see those people?
Whenever there's family gatherings.
Okay. And do they talk about their cases or what's going on in their city?
My brother-in-law would sometimes, but other than that, my nephew sometimes. He's also on the SWAT team. But other than that, no, not too much.
Would you be able to weigh a police officer's testimony using the same tools as other people who are not law enforcement?
Yeah, I think I could.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else that I may have missed? Yes, juror number 7.
I don't have a family or anybody in police officer, but I've been to several events with Mike Cicconetti,
Okay.
the judge.
Yes. Okay. And did he talk about any of his cases with you or creative sentences that maybe he
No.
handed out? Okay. The fact that you do have that relationship with him, would you be able to set that aside if you did hear anything about any of his cases and listen to the law exactly as the judge would instruct?
Yes, I know.
Thank you. A lot of people share about people they know in law enforcement. Even if you may not know personally someone in law enforcement, does about law enforcement profession as a whole. Yes,
I should
number
say,
three?
excuse me, my youngest son got into some trouble. I got deeply involved with it, the arrest and everything.
Okay,
In fact, I had to talk him out of the building. It changed my view a little bit. of
okay.
things.
Was that recently or a number of years ago?
A good 10 years ago, yes.
Okay.
Men on
And-
the lake.
Pardon?
Made the news, men on the lake.
Okay, all right. And did you feel that the law enforcement officers treated you or your son in a respectful manner or not so much?
Well, number one, he was guilty, so I can't really say much about that. But they had an agenda. For
Okay.
people, they had an agenda. I wouldn't take their word anymore than anybody else's.
Okay, so would you assess police officers the same as any other witness who comes in here regardless of where they work?
Kind of depends what he was talking about.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
I think people can be biased. I think
Okay.
people can have opinions, and I think people have agendas and things, and I just think, I doubt everybody anyway, so.
Okay. Good. Thank you for sharing.
Will you doubt everybody equally?
Not my wife. Everybody else after that.
Good answer. Anybody else? Maybe skeptical views of law enforcement, negative, apprehensive? Anybody been pulled over, got a ticket that they didn't deserve? There are going to be a number of witnesses, both police officers and non-police officers that testify here. And as Judge O'Donnell explained, the attorneys will ask the questions and the witness will answer. Does anyone have any positive or negative, apprehensive, skeptical views of attorneys? Whether you work for prosecutor's office, assistant prosecutors, or defense attorneys. Anybody? Raise of hands. How many people own firearms here? Okay, a lot of different people. Juror number 9, are you a CCW holder when you were required? No, okay. What purpose do you own firearms for?
I live out in the country, so I do have plenty.
Okay, all right. Do you carry a firearm with you when you leave the house, go to the store?
No.
No, okay. Anybody else, same questions? Juror number 13?
Yes, no, when I don't have a CCW and it's for home protection.
Okay. Do you go to the range frequently?
I do with my husband just to be comfortable with it, but yeah.
All right, do you carry with you at all in the car, or if you're going maybe on a hike somewhere? Okay. Anybody else? Firearm owners? Okay, a lot of people. Juror number 19?
I own firearms,
Okay. Are you a hunter? Just,
when I was younger.
okay. Anybody else? Juror number 20, 21, 22. Anybody a CCW holder? Juror number 21?
I don't carry that.
Okay. Not required to be anymore, but some people still do. Any hunters in the group? Anybody that frequently goes to the firearm range at all? Goes shooting? Guns are not for everybody. Does anyone have any negative feelings towards firearms or opposed to them? Think there should be more restrictions on them? Anybody? Yes?
I'll just say, I do believe in the Second Amendment, but I don't favor, like the assault rifles and stuff like that. I don't think those need to be out.
Are you juror 29?
29, sorry.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 26?
I took the class, but I never went
mainly handguns in the class? Okay. Did you take it out here in the class in Lake County or somewhere else?
We went to the armory, so I think it was downtown.
Okay.
I put the magazine back on its place, it just wasn't up here.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 8.
I also agree that great access to assault weapons and automatic weapons.
Okay. All right, thank you for sharing. This is one of the topics where, for whatever reason, if you do not feel comfortable, please let me know and we can speak privately. And I apologize, I have to ask this to the group. Has anyone in the group been convicted of a felony offense here in Ohio or another state? Nobody currently on community control sanctions, or commonly referred to as probation? Does anyone have any close family members or friends that have been involved in the criminal justice system that you have either seen or been involved with supporting them at all? Yes, juror number 5.
I have an older brother who had some mental health issues. He was arrested several times, and I'm now his guardian.
Okay. And throughout that process, did you have frequent interactions with law enforcement in the court system?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Anything about that experience that would cause you to favor or disfavor one side or the other?
No.
Okay. Did you have conversations or meetings with anyone at the Lake County Prosecutor's Office?
No, it was all mentor.
Mentor, okay. Anything that you may have learned from either the judge there, the prosecutor, an attorney, would you be able to set those conversations aside and follow the instructions as the judge provides them here if you were selected?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 20?
My daughter has had the cops pull on her multiple times. She has bipolar personality, not bipolar, borderline personality disorder. So she goes through some manic episodes and the cops have showed up at our house. But no charges are brought. She has filed charges against a couple of other girls for sexual assault.
Okay. And the times that the law enforcement officers have been involved, do you think they treated you and the parties involved fairly?
Yes.
Okay. And anything that you ever had to go to court for at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else in the row? Yes, juror number 28?
Yes, my son was involved with the court system, and Mr. Pacheco actually handled this.
Okay. And you said you had some conversations with Mr. Fatika. Did you go to any court hearings or observe anything?
I did go to the court hearing.
Okay. Anything that you may have heard in those hearings or in conversations with Mr. Fatika, would you be able to set those aside and follow the law exactly as the judge instructs?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think justice was done in that case? Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 27?
My wife's family member was in this court.
Okay. In front of Judge Rodano?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attend any of the hearings or any meetings, or were you part of any conversation? Just watching? Watching online? Okay. And do you think justice was done? Okay. Do you, having that experience, favor one side over the other, prosecution or defense? Okay. Do you think you'd be able to remain fair and impartial? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else that I may have missed? Yes, juror number 8?
My son was brought up on charges of punch for drop.
Okay. Was that here in this county or another county? Okay. And anything about that experience caused you to have hesitation or bias towards either the state or defense? Okay. Thank you. state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crimes that I read to you earlier, but the state does not have to prove any collateral matters. What does that mean? One example is motive, why somebody did something, or what color car they were driving, or who else was present. You will hear testimony that there were multiple parties, but this case in this trial is about the defendant's conduct and the defendant's actions and what he is charged with and not others. Does anyone think that they will need to know motive before that they can come to a decision whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty? Briefly talked about this subject earlier. If selected as a juror requires a judgment and a decision to be made, and that requires you to listen to all of the testimony from all of the witnesses and then assign what weight you give to the witnesses in the state proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Does anyone have any religious reason that they think that they can or cannot serve as a juror? Or any moral objection, maybe not religious, but moral objection to sitting in judgment of another? Again, this is a topic that if you do not feel comfortable sharing, just please let me know and we can speak privately. Has anyone been a victim of a crime before? Yes, juror number 5.
I was a victim of an assault.
Okay. Was that here in Lake County?
Yes.
Okay, were the police involved?
Yes.
And was there an arrest made?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow the case throughout the court process?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there anything about that experience of being a victim that you would bring with you when evaluating the testimony and credibility of witnesses here?
No, there wouldn't really be a relationship.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else been a victim? Yes, juror number 2?
Stolen ID.
Okay. Like your driver's license?
Yes.
Or, okay. What do you know where it went missing or where it was taken from?
Married and had to change my name, and they collected my driver's license. Somehow somebody got a hold of it, and they opened up some accounts, and the person was caught.
They were caught. That is, sounds like a nightmare to have to deal with. Were there charges filed? Okay. And did you follow the case as it progressed through the court system?
I got notices, yes.
Okay. And anything you may have learned in that process, would you be able to set that aside and focus on the testimony as you hear it today?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else been a victim of a crime before? Okay, yes. Juror number 21? Or 22, sorry, 21 and 22. Whoever wants 22? Okay. Were you a victim here in Lake County?
Yes.
Okay. Were the police involved?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody identified?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow the case as it progressed through the court system?
Yes.
All right. And were you required to come to court and testify at all?
No, they were juveniles.
Okay. Did you go to any of the hearings just to observe?
No.
Okay. Anything that you may have experienced, would you bring that with you if you were selected, or would you be able to set that aside?
If the invasion of, entering your home and stealing your property is, it's hard to put aside, but I can try for sure.
Okay, thank you. Do you think, given that you've had that some money?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Did that frustrate you through the process that you weren't kept up to date, either through the police officer or the
Kinda.
prosecutor? Okay. Do you have any negative views towards prosecutor's office, district attorney's office because you do have that experience? Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 16?
We were involved in a financial scam through the bank.
Okay.
Filed a police report. That was recent, but I don't think it would affect my ability then to listen to the impartial decision.
Okay. Did that happen in was the report made here in Lake County?
Yes.
Okay. In Madison. And did you go to the police department to make the report, or did they come to your house? And have you been getting updates from the police officer on the status of the investigation, or?
Not yet, but it's very recent.
Okay. Anything that you may have learned in conversations with those officers, would you be able to set that aside? Okay. And the fact that you have recently worked with police officers, would that cause you to hold them to a higher or lower standard compared to other witnesses who may not be in the law enforcement profession?
Higher standard to make sure that what they're sharing with us as the jury is careful. I can listen and make that decision for myself.
Okay, so you would assess them like all the other witnesses who
Yes.
come in here? Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 10?
In my car's going.
Okay. Was that recently or a number of years
3
ago?
or 4 years ago.
Okay. Was the car recovered? Okay. Where was it stolen from? Okay. And was somebody identified? Okay, and were they charged? Did you follow the case throughout the court process at all? Or, all right. Done in that case? Okay, thank you for sharing. Anybody else? When you got your car back, was there damage to it at all? Okay, did you have to pay out of pocket to get that fixed?
I did.
Okay, how long were you without a vehicle, if you remember?
3 or 4 days.
Okay. Did that affect your ability to run errands, go to work, things like? Anybody? Thank you. Any victim of a crime before? Not been a victim of a crime. Does anybody here have a close relationship, a spouse, a child, a close friend? Yes, juror number 21.
And he was jumped.
What college?
And his friend at state.
Okay. And when you say jumped, what do you mean?
They ended up in the hospital. Well, my son ended up in the hospital, broken, bones in his face and in his nose, and he had to have surgery.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Was anybody identified and arrested? Okay. And knowing that your son has had those serious injuries, does that cause you to frown upon or have a negative view of law enforcement because nobody was identified or
No.
charged? Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Yes, juror number 6?
It's been about 6 or 7 years. My son at University of Cincinnati was held up at gunpoint.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Did he report it to the police?
He did.
Okay. Was anybody arrested or charged? Okay. Same question as before. The fact that that arrest or charge wasn't filed, does that cause you to have a negative view of law enforcement and the profession that they do?
It doesn't.
Okay. Was your son injured?
No,
Okay. Did they take or property from him?
they did.
Okay. What property, do you remember?
His wallet and his phone.
Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? For number 20?
Just as I mentioned earlier, my daughter, the sexual assault charges that she filed against another minor child.
Okay. And that experience that you have had, does that cause you to have any positive or negative view of law enforcement at all? improper for the jury to base its decision on sympathy or any other feeling, whether that's towards the defendant or towards the victim in this case. If you are selected, you have to listen and assess the testimony of the witnesses and listen and judge based on how they present, what they say, how they say it. But the jury cannot and shall not consider the subject of punishment or what will happen after. That is a different part of this process, and that is for the judge to decide. Does anyone think that that will, the topic of punishment or what happens after we make a decision, will be in the back of their head if they are selected? Are there any topics or questions that you thought you would be asked but you were not asked this morning? Anything? Does anybody wish to share about any of the topics that we have previously discussed, whether it was Judge O'Donnell's questions or any of my questions? I want to thank everybody for being open and honest. This was a great group. We learned a lot about all of you.
changed his mind, he'd like to waive the jury and try the case to the court.
All right, Mr. Hagwood, is that what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand, obviously, we started the jury selection this morning already. You obviously understand that it is your right to have a jury decide this case if you want to. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you discuss that right and the waiver of that right with Mr. Fatika?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is it your desire to waive the jury and to have me be the fact finder in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Fatika? Hey, Bob?
Yes, sir.
What's that up there?
It's keys.
Keys.
Oh, all right, Mr. Hagwood, if you do want to in fact waive the jury, then you'll need to sign that waiver.
I'll just give you that pen because it's blue.
Thank you.
Matter, turn around.
All right, Mr. Hagwood, is that your signature on this waiver of the jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you voluntarily sign that waiver?
Yes.
And I'll accept the jury waiver.
Is there any chance Mr. Hagwood could speak to his mother during the break here?
Well, I'll let her talk, I'll let him, here's what I want to do. I want to have Mr. Hagwood go to the jury room, and then I'm going to call the jury in here and let them know what's going on and release them. You guys can either be in here or not be in here while I'm doing that, it's up to you. And then after they clear out, then his mother can come in, they can talk back here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's going to have to stay on this side, she's going to have to stay on that side.
No, we understand.
Okay? All right, so why don't you take him back, and then are you guys going to stay in here or go out of here?
Your
What-
Honor,
what-
we'll stay.
Yes,
We'll stay. We only have
So,
2 witnesses that we
our-
could get, I think, before lunch.
Our witness times were premised on us playing a half-hour video recorded deposition this morning, as well as a half-hour deposition in the afternoon. I understand the court may now not want to watch those depositions
No,
again.
I'll watch them.
You will?
I'll watch them again, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I guess
Then we'll
that
plan.
solves that. Thank you, Your Honor.
So then you'll have, how long do those take? One was about a half hour?
They were both around a half hour. The victim's deposition was 29 minutes and 54 seconds,
All right.
and Detective Softhouse was 25 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay, so play those 2, and then what time did you have your other folks coming?
Our first witness is here already. We plan to play the deposition of the victim as the second witness,
Okay.
and then we have a dispatcher from Willoughby planned for this morning.
Okay. All right, let me go give this to Maria so we can get that file, and you can start bringing them in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, the court has the court drive. Oh,
Right,
it's on
so
the
we
court
gave it to
drive.
them.
Okay.
That Kathy should have. So we'll play it out there. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
But here, just something to think about. Like with the juror numbers. I think sometimes, and that's on you, just in general, when you first start. Sometimes the feeling is if I ask a question, I'm gonna look stupid. Yeah. Right? It's totally natural.
All right. I think I said this morning that I've never seen 3 grand jurors in a jury pool before. So there's a first time for everything, and there's another first that is occurring right now. Mr. Hagwood has decided to waive his right to a jury trial that he has and elect to have me decide the facts in the case. So in 10.5 years, I've never seen that in the middle of the selection, but that's what he decided to do, and so that's what it's going to be. So the good news is, the bad news is you had to show up this morning. Good news is you're done and you can get to retirement. The more comforting thought. So, so you guys are released. Thank you for being here once again, and then maybe we'll see you in the future. Okay. Thank you very much. Just take off your numbers and leave them where you're sitting. Okay.
Folks, there should be someone should be out here just hanging some certificates that you have for your work if you need them. We'll grab it, grab some certificates.
So does that mean we're off the hook even for next week? You know, we have these 3 weeks.
Yes.
So we're
You're
all
done.
the way done.
You're done.
Okay.
Yep.
Have a good day.
You guys need time to get that all set up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And our first witness for tomorrow morning is an intelligence analyst with Ohio State Patrol who's coming from Columbus. I don't know if, I anticipate things will move faster now that it's a bench trial, but I still don't know that we would end up getting to him today. So I feel hesitant to call him to ask him to drive from Columbus.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, you were going to take them in a certain order, right?
Correct.
I mean,
So if we end up moving a little faster and he still comes tomorrow morning, is that okay? with
yeah, I don't
the
care.
board? Okay,
Whatever-
thank you.
Whatever you guys have. All right, so just let Bob know when you get all that set up. And I'll tell Bob he can bring his mother in and he can talk to her.
Thank you.
Tell him no touching, no hugging, none of that stuff, okay?
Let's just get the demo along. Or you need to use this for now. You need to use this for now. So I'll pull it out. You know where to put it.
I know. I'm glad I got to see half of it.
Anything so far that wasn't what you expected it to look like?
Some people did not answer in alignment with their questionnaires, which I thought.
When he talks to his mom, we'll step out.
In the through process, we call that lying.
So like,
But it's very difficult for people to say, yeah.
sure.
It happens, but I get some people say, I can't be fair, very black and
Right.
white. Or I'm always gonna say that.
Right.
But some people, like there was a guy that took a real harsh stance last week. And I asked a question, why I didn't understand English.
Yeah.
Well, this is what your answer.
Right.
You read it again, read it 3 times. Yeah, if I ask questions, that's what we get. No touching, you gotta stay here, she has to get in there. Should be able to talk. But yeah, and people have predisposed biases.
Right.
Some that don't even admit to themselves.
Right.
We'll set outside, yeah. About 2 hours later, at 8 p.m. on July 3rd, 2024, Vina Bandwalker was sitting in her car in the parking lot of the Pine Ridge Apartments where she lived with her husband. She and her husband were busy packing to leave for vacation the next day, and she was expecting a package to arrive from a FedEx truck. Miss Bandwalker had a FedEx app on her phone and was tracking the arrival of the FedEx truck. She was sitting in her car, facing the leasing center where the package would be delivered. And that's when the defendant and another male approached Miss Bandwalker's vehicle. The defendant lifted up his hoodie to reveal a firearm and demanded Miss Bandwalker's car keys and cell phone. When she did not comply, the defendant removed a firearm from his waistband, pointed it at her, holding it level with her head. Luckily, the driver of the defendant and the other male's getaway car yelled, "Let's go, let's go," and the defendant and the other male ran to a vehicle that Miss Bandwalker is able to identify as a red SUV. Willoughby Hills Police Department dispatcher will testify that thanks to the help of flock cameras, Nicholas Northup's red Ford Explorer was captured exiting and entering the parking lot of the Pine Ridge Apartments at the time that this incident occurred. At this point, both the Shaker Heights Police Department and the Willoughby Hills Police Department had released what's called BOLO, or Beyond the Lookout, which is a notification that goes to surrounding law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a specific type of car. And just after midnight in the early morning hours of July 4th, 2024, officers in the Cleveland Police Department located Nicholas Northup's red Ford Explorer. They tried to stop the car, but a pursuit ensued. And during that pursuit, an individual jumped out of the car while it was moving. That person was arrested and identified as Pierre Butler. But the defendant continued to drive the car. And when officers located it, it was on the street in Cleveland with the keys in the ignition. The car was running. The car was rolling down the street, but there was no one in it. Officers canvassed the area and they located the defendant hiding outside of a cheese shop. The defendant was arrested. He was identified as Kane Isaiah Hagwood, and he was taken into custody. Mr. Northup's red Ford Explorer was taken to the Shaker Heights Police Department, where it was photographed and processed. This processing included taking swabs of the interior of the vehicle by Detective Vladimir Savka. Along with the swabs from the vehicle, a standard of the defendant's DNA was taken to the Lake County Crime Lab for testing, and Dr. Karen Zavarella will be able to testify to the strong associations made between the swabs in the car and the swab from the defendant's DNA. When the defendant was arrested in Cleveland, his cell phone was removed from his person and a Cellbrite extraction was completed. Based on that Cellbrite extraction, we are able to see, and the evidence will show, that the defendant was actively using his phone before and after he held a gun to Miss Bandwalker's head. After the incident, he texted a photograph of himself sitting on the hood of Mr. Northup's red Ford Explorer. In addition to that, a search warrant was done for the defendant's cell phone records from AT&T. An Ohio State Highway Patrol analyst did mapping of these records, and he will be able to testify to the towers that the defendant's cell phone was connected to. Specifically, in the time before this aggravated robbery occurred, the defendant's cell phone was connecting to towers on a path from Cleveland to Willoughby Hills. And immediately after the aggravated robbery, his cell phone was connecting to towers on a path from Willoughby Hills back to Cleveland. And we know that he was actively using his phone at this time. It was not passively sitting in a car. Now, count 1, aggravated robbery, is for the aggravated robbery. Count 2 is for the attempted grand theft of a motor vehicle of Bina Bandwalker. And count 3, the receiving stolen property, is for Nicholas Northup's red Ford Explorer that the defendant retained at the time he committed the aggravated robbery. And at the conclusion of this trial, we will ask you to find the defendant.
Thank you. Mr. Fatica?
Good morning, Your Honor. We would just have to ask that the court keep an open mind, hold the court to its burden of proof, and keep separate the fact that there are allegations at Shaker Heights that are not part of.
Thank you. First witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Nicholas Northup.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. All right, have a seat right here. Make sure you're speaking into the microphone, okay?
Ready.
Let's go.
Record spelling your last name.
Nicholas Northup, N-O-R.
How old are you?
22,
And were you a college student recently?
Carroll University,
So I'm going to direct your attention to July. How old were you on that day?
21 years old,
And what type of car did you own then?
2021 Ford Explorer.
Registered to you, or is it registered to someone else?
It's registered under my father.
And what is your father's? The primary user of that vehicle?
Correct.
What is the license plate of that car?
HYK 7490.
2024, were you driving that vehicle?
Yes.
And where were you going?
I was going to pick up my father from shoulder surgery.
And
I was in University Heights going into Shaker Heights.
anything out of the ordinary happened?
Yes.
What happened?
I got blocked in. It's a one-way car's parked on the right, and I got blocked in the left lane, and the passenger hopped out and held me at gunpoint.
So we're gonna back up a little bit. When you say, can you explain in a little bit more detail what you mean by that?
Yeah. So it's 2 lanes going in the same direction. So it's a one-way road with 2 lanes with a high median on my left to my right. Cars park on the right-hand side of the road, so it takes up a lane. So you mostly just drive in the left lane.
So, and then when you say that a car blocked you in, did a car in front of you?
No, they were already ahead of me.
And then did they stop?
Yeah, they're adjacent to a car parked in the right-hand lane.
And after that car stopped ahead of you, did you have anywhere to go?
No.
What?
It was a gold sedan. I don't know the exact make and model.
And what happened after that car stopped in front of you?
The passenger hopped out of the right-hand side and pointed a gun, so I already knew.
What did you do after seeing the gun?
I just got out and let him have it.
So did that person walk closer to you?
Yeah,
How close did they come to you? And were they holding the gun level with your head?
yes,
Are you familiar with guns?
kind of, sort of.
So what did the gun look like?
It was a small silver handgun.
Anything to you?
Basically lay down flat on the ground, count to 100, and don't look back.
And did you do that?
Yeah,
Did someone then drive away with your car?
yes. I walked up to the nearest house and knocked on their door and asked them to use a phone to call the police.
And what did the person who approached you look like?
Average size African American male. He had his hood up with wearing all black. He had a surgical mask on.
Was it someone you have ever seen before that you know of?
No.
trying to locate, well, did you have your phone on you?
The phone was in my car.
So did you take any,
Yes.
what steps did you take?
I used the guy's iPad, find my iPhone.
And when you say guy's iPad, are you talking about the homeowner of the house that you went to?
Correct.
And did the Shaker Heights police respond to this house?
Yes.
And were they able to also look on the Find My iPhone app with you to try to figure out where your phone was?
Yes, we found my phone.
Did the police locate your phone?
Yeah, it was off of Woodland Avenue.
Did your phone have a passcode?
Yes.
Got your phone back. Did you notice if anything had been searched on your phone?
Yes, the guns was in the search bar of my Amazon.
Was anything ordered?
No.
And while you were at the house of the resident in Shaker Heights, whose house you ran to after this happened, did the Shaker Heights police tip to collect DNA from your mouth?
Yes.
And had your girlfriend responded to that house to pick you up?
Yes. Nelson?
When were you made aware, if ever, that your car
In the morning on July 4th.
to retrieve your car from the Shaker Heights Police Department? I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 1A through 1G. Are you able to see those on the screen in front of you?
No.
Are
Yep.
you not
Now I
able
do.
to see them on the screen in front of you?
Yep.
Looking at what has been marked as State's Exhibit A, is this a photograph of your car?
Yes.
And is this how it appeared on July 3rd and 4th, 2024?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, the damage.
Is this how the outside appeared on that day?
Yeah.
I'm turning next to State's Exhibit 1B. Is this a photo of the outside of your vehicle as well?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1C, is this a photo of the outside of your vehicle?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1D, is this a photo of the outside and the interior of your vehicle?
Yes.
1E, is this a photo of the interior of your vehicle?
Yes.
And it looks like there's something that's blue in the center console. Was that, or in the cup holder, was that there when you last had your vehicle?
No.
And 1F, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
My water bottles and the inside of my car.
State's Exhibit 1G, this is a closer up photo of what we saw that was blue inside of your cup holder. Was this?
No.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1F. What do we see in this photograph?
My dad's a fireman for Euclid, Ohio, so I always have a sticker on the front right and the top back left.
And was this sticker on your windshield when you last had it on July 3rd?
Yes.
And then when you got your car back, was that sticker still on the windshield?
Yes.
Once you were, has your car ever had a front license plate?
No.
Once you were able to get your car back, did you notice any damage to it?
Yes.
And what damage did you notice?
On the driver's side, wheel well, the trim was all pulled out. The front bumper had some damage to it. I had a cut in my passenger seat.
Was anything missing from your car?
Yes.
What was missing?
I had some golf clubs in there. I had a desk that I was transporting, my gym bag with all my gym equipment in it.
And other than the key to your car and the phone and your car itself that were taken, was there anything else in your car that was taken?
No.
Did you have keys to your house in your car?
Yes.
And were those taken?
Yes.
And what, if any, actions did you take as a result of losing your house keys?
I called my landlord and I told him the situation, and I went back to Strongsville, Ohio to stay there for a couple of days until you could get a locksmith out to change the locks.
And why is it that you did that?
Precautionary measures, because I saw that they were on my Amazon account, which is linked up to that house, and they also had the house keys.
It's at some point after you got your car back, did you go to the Shaker Heights Police Department and complete a photo lineup?
Yes.
And during that photo lineup, were you able to identify anyone?
No.
When you put your keys into your vehicle to start it, do you put them into an ignition or do you press a button to start your car?
It's a push to start.
So does that mean that you do not physically put any keys into the ignition?
No, the keys were actually located in my gym bag at the time.
Going back to that gold sedan that pulled up in front of you, how many people did you see in that car?
There had to be at least two.
Two, including the person who got out of the car to approach you?
No, just at least a driver and a passenger.
So when you say passenger and you say two people, are you including the person who got out of the
Yes,
car to
yes.
approach you? Okay. And were you able to see a description of the driver?
No.
What type of hair, if you recall, did the person who exited from the gold vehicle have?
Just black dreads.
The sticker that we just talked about and that's still up on the screen, the State's Exhibit 1F, is that on the front or the back windshield?
Both.
And do you have, is it identical on both the front and the
Correct.
back windshield? And when this firearm was pointed at you, did you believe it to be real?
Yes.
When that vehicle, the gold sedan, drove away, did you see in which direction it drove or how it drove away?
They turned from South Belvoir, they turned right, which would be west onto Shaker Boulevard.
And are all of the pictures that we've looked at State's Exhibit 1 pictures of your vehicle?
Yes.
Have they been altered or changed in any way as to how you last saw your vehicle?
No.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 1A through 1F into evidence.
All right, I think they were admitted during.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, so they're already admitted.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Northup, my understanding is your car was taken on July 3rd, 2024 in Shaker?
Correct.
About what time?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Well lit?
Hmm?
Was it well lit?
Yeah.
I'm assuming 3:30.
Yeah.
You said that there were two people total in the car, a driver and a passenger?
That's the least amount that had to be in there. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So it could have been two, it could have been
Correct.
more. Okay. You described the gun, you indicated that you got a look at this firearm.
Correct.
And your description was that it was silver and
Yes.
small.
Yes.
Any further description?
No.
you're positive it was silver.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that when you got locked in, you knew it was going on
Mm-hmm.
before these other people said anything to you.
Yeah, yeah,
And you got out of the car and got on the ground?
yes,
And the individual that approached you had a hoodie that was up, the hood was up on the hoodie?
correct,
And had a surgical mask on.
correct,
So he was pretty well covered.
yes,
And were you face down when you got on the ground?
yes,
So at that point, you really didn't have an opportunity to see him.
no,
And when you were presented with a photo lineup, you couldn't make any identification.
correct,
Did you see the driver of the gold car?
I did not,
You didn't see him or her at all?
nope,
And you mentioned on direct, the person had black dress.
correct.
How could you tell that with the hood up?
They were sticking out of the side of the hood.
Okay. And how long do they appear to go? How long do they appear to go?
About 10 inches, not too long, not too short,
Past his shoulders?
no,
Would you describe it as shoulder line?
slightly above, enough to stick out of the side of the hoodie.
One moment, Your Honor. Could you describe the car that you're saying boxed you in?
Yeah, I can't tell you the make or model. It was a gold sedan.
You're positive about the color?
Yeah.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Did anyone else that day have any permission to take your car?
No.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Anything based on that?
No, thank you,
You
Your
may
Honor.
step down, thank you. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would ask to play the deposition of Bina Bandwalker.
Okay.
From the court.
All right, you swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, have a seat. Roll.
Introduce yourself to the court, stating your name and spelling your last name.
Okay. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Bina Bandwalker. Last name is spelled as Bandwalkar.
And on July 3rd of 2024, where were you living?
In Willoughby Hills, Ohio. Pine Ridge
The Pine Ridge Apartment
Pine Ridge
Complex?
Apartments Complex, yeah.
And that's in Willoughby Hills, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And who did you live there with?
My husband,
And what is your husband's first name?
Mandar, Mandar.
And on the evening of July 3rd, 2024, were you at the Pine Ridge Apartments complex?
Yes.
And what were you doing that evening?
So that evening we had gone to pick a bicycle and we just returned and we were with a big package from FedEx. So I was waiting right in front of the leasing office, the gym packaging mailroom is. So I was keep track of the package.
And when you say you were waiting outside, were you standing outside the leasing office or were you waiting somewhere else?
No, I was in the parking lot inside my car.
And what type of car were you sitting in?
It's a 2015.
And what were you doing while you were sitting in your car?
I was just waiting, looking at my phone.
I am going to show you what has been known as States Exhibits 2A and 2B. And Ms. Van Wilkar, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, it is our parking lot in my apartment complex, right in front of the leasing office.
And other than the words that have been added to label the fitness center, the leasing center, the pool, and the arrows that have been drawn, does this otherwise look to be a fair and accurate copy of the apartment where you lived at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish States Exhibit 2A.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So Ms. Van Wilkar, looking at States Exhibit 2A on the screen, do you recognize this as the Pine Ridge Apartments Pine Ridge Apartments complex?
Yes.
And is this where you were living at that time?
Yes.
Now, using the clicker that's in front of you, it does have a button at the top that is a laser. Will you please point to the general area where you were waiting for your package?
This area.
And then will you please point to where the package was going to be delivered to that you were watching?
So where it says leasing center, the other side of the leasing center, there's a mail room and like restrooms and stuff. So there, usually bigger packages are delivered there.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to publish States Exhibit 2B.
Objection to 2B.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 2B to be another photograph of the Pine Ridge Apartments?
Yes, this is like in detail, a zoomed in photograph of the area.
And when you look at the arrows, does that designate your understanding of which ways cars are supposed to drive in this parking lot?
Yes, both are one ways, like there's only one way traffic through them, so the arrows are pointing right.
And using your pointer, will you please show us again where you were parked?
So I was, just a second, sorry. Yeah,
So I was here, like in one of these lots, right in front of the entrance to the fitness center, because I wanted to keep an eye on this entrance for the mail room as well as my buildings right here. So I wanted to see both entrances. That's the reason I was parked here in one of these like 3 parking spaces.
And around what time was it that you were waiting for your package?
So I want to say in between 7:40 to 8:05, in between those times.
And while you were sitting in your car, did anyone approach you?
Yes. I was approached by, so I was, let's say, facing to the fitness center, and my window was rolled down a little bit because it was warm, but it was breezy, so I wanted to just make use of, I wanted to feel better. So two guys approached me from behind the car, and they came in front, like right by the window, and
did they approach your driver's side or your passenger side?
Driver's side, where I was sitting. I was in the driver's seat, and they approached the driver's side.
And your car is positioned facing the leasing center?
Yes.
Did you see these 2 individuals exit a vehicle?
No.
Does one of those individuals come all the way up to your driver's side window?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, did that person say?
He said, "Give me your keys," and I didn't quite hear properly, so I thought maybe they wanted my parking spot. So I asked again, "What? What do you want?" And then I think he said in a louder tone that, "Give me your keys give me your keys and phone." So I then just froze and I said no, and I immediately went to roll back my windows up, and like I just pressed those buttons immediately, like an immediate reflex. So I just started my car back on, put the window back up, and I tried to drive. And in the second time when he said that, he showed me a gun. He had a gun. It was silver gray shade, and he lifted it from, like it was in his waist. I'm sorry, I need to take
No, that's okay. Let's back up a little bit.
Yeah.
So first you said someone approached you, and what's the first thing that person said?
"Give me your keys."
And at this point, is your car on or off?
The car is off.
Okay. So what do you do first after this person says, "Give me your keys"?
So at first I didn't understand what he wanted to say. And so I asked again, "What do you want?" And he said then, maybe he thought I didn't hear properly, so he said in a bit louder tone that, "Give me your keys and phone." And I said no. I just, as a reflex, I just said no.
What did he do when you said no?
He lifted his shirt, his hoodie, and he took the gun. He started to take the gun out, and it was like a very fast action on his part. He took the gun out, and I started to click on the button to roll the windows up, and my other hand was the button to start the car to get out of there. And he took the gun out, and he just put it in. By the time the windows were up, but it was in my face, so he put it right in my face, and he was starting to talk something. I didn't hear it because the windows were up. And then immediately the other car came right in front. So the other car started to drive up the front, and the driver's side, the person in the driver's side started to yell, "Let's go, let's go." And the guys started to run towards the car. And then they just got in the car. By the time the car was right in front of me. So I was thinking they're trying to block me or something, but that didn't happen. They just started yelling, "Let's go," and both the guys ran towards the car, sat in the car, and then they sped up. And they sped and went through this way, which is the wrong way. Like, it's a one words, but they rushed out towards here.
So we're gonna back up a little bit. After that person removed a gun from their waistband, were you able to see what color the gun was?
I saw the handle, like the end portion. It was a silver gray looking gun, and when I saw it out, It was probably this width, like it was this size, smaller. And later on, when I flagged our security and when he called the policeman and we were talking, he said that, yeah, it looks like a semi-automatic, but
It's sustained, we instructed the disregard.
but it was this length, like a smaller gun.
So after the gun was taken out of the waistband and pointed at you, was it level with your head? Was the gun
Yeah,
pointed
it was
at your
like
head?
right, yeah, this angle, so yes.
And did that individual say anything while that gun was pointed at your head?
It was really quick and he was saying something, but I didn't hear anything because by the time I'd already rolled my windows up and I was starting to get out of there, so I didn't hear anything.
And did you believe the gun to be a real gun?
It did not look like a toy gun as much as I've seen toy guns, but I honestly haven't seen a real gun in other than the movies and, other than pictures, so I don't know. But it did not look like a toy gun. I was scared, really scared that time.
Did you believe it to be a real gun at that time?
I did believe.
Will you please repeat your answer to that question? Did you believe it to be a real gun at that time?
Yes, I did believe it. I was genuinely scared.
And will you please use the pointer and show us, once these individuals, you said someone from the red car yelled, "Let's go, let's go." Is that correct?
Yeah, that's how, so let's say, for example, I was here, the red car, when they started yelling, I saw them somewhere at this space, like this area, and then they started to come towards this exit. So at one point, they were right in front of me, and at that time, I thought they were trying to block me right in front. But they immediately just rushed and went away. So they were already like in motion.
As you sit here today, do you feel confident that what you saw was a gun?
Yes.
And did you believe that they were going to hurt you?
Yes. I was so scared at that time. I immediately flagged down the security officer who was patrolling in the area. And the next thing I was going to call 911, but he said he had a direct line, so he made the call and he called the cops immediately. So I just wanted to, get it and right then and there to inform them that there are people will come roaming around.
And you said that there were two people. Did one person do all of the talking?
Yes.
And did one person approach your car with the gun?
No, they were both there together, but only one person did the talking. I knew there was another guy with him, but I did not pay attention to him. I was just focused on the guy who was doing the talking.
And what did the person who was doing the talking look like?
He had dreadlocks that I remember up until like neck length, and he is light skinned, darker person, and like medium to slim build, not too bulky or muscular. I remember that, and he was in a hoodie.
What color was the hoodie?
Black. Yeah, it was black.
And other than the black hoodie, do you recall anything about the clothing that he was wearing?
No, it wasn't the zip-up ones. It was like up until his neck, so it was covered.
Is it the type of hoodie that has strings coming down in the front?
I did not see strings, no.
You mentioned lighter skinned or dark. Was this person African American?
Yes.
What age did you estimate this person to be?
At that time, also I had informed the officers that he looked to be somewhere around, 20 to 25 years of age, somewhere in that age group.
And did this person have any visible face or neck tattoos?
Not that I remember. No, I do not remember seeing any tattoos.
Are you familiar with guns generally?
No.
So after this happened and after that car drove away, and remind us everything you can remember about the car.
It was a red SUV, new and shiny as if it had it looked kind of new or polished. So I remember the color red, I remember it was an SUV, and they just just sat in there and sped with it. So that's all my brain could remember, and I immediately informed the officers then that I saw this, and so if you try to go now, you might be able to catch them because they are in that red SUV, and it's quite, it's bright and red, and it's quite visible.
So what did you do immediately after this happened?
So my husband was actually waiting on the other side of the apartment complex because we were waiting for the FedEx truck. So I was waiting right in front of the mail room, and he was waiting on the other side of the building, around the back entrance. So I immediately called him and I said, someone tried to rob me, and I don't know what to do. And he's like, just get out of there, come here, come at the back entrance, we'll figure something out. And I immediately drove towards the back entrance. So I went and stopped at the back parking lot where the back entrance of my building is, and he was there, and then I just lost it after that point. So I started crying and I was shivering, and so he said that maybe they are around, let's just hide the car, put it in our parking space is below the building, it's underground. So we then tried to drive to our parking space so the car is at least inside, and then to figure out what else we can do. But luckily, when I was going to my parking space, I found our security car, like the security detail of the apartment complex. So I found his car and I started talking to him that this is what happened and I need to talk to somebody, at least we need to call the cops.
And then did the police respond to the Pine Ridge Apartments?
Yeah.
And did you see both the individual who was doing the talking who'd approached your car and the other individual standing there both get into that red vehicle?
Yes. They both just ran off.
Do you recall going to the Willoughby Hills Police Department for a lineup on July 10th, 2024?
Yes.
And do you recall having an officer show you multiple different folders, each with a picture inside of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. I've just handed you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibits 3A through 3G. Do you recall looking at these photographs during your lineup?
Yes.
And do you recall during your lineup first identifying the individual in folder number 2?
Yes.
So I'm going to draw your attention to what has been marked as States Exhibit 3B, which was the photo contained in folder number 2. Do you recall identifying this photo?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you recall identifying this photo?
Yes.
And what about that photo did you recognize about the person who had pointed a gun at you?
The hair and the general, like the layout of the face. I mean, nothing was very obvious, like a big build or tattoos, like you said, but just the face that I saw.
Is the hair in that photo a hairstyle that you would consider to be dreadlocks?
Yes.
Was the person who approached your car with the firearm wearing a mask or hiding their face in any way?
No.
And do you recall during your photo lineup assigning a percentage to how strongly you would identify this photo with the individual who robbed you?
Yes, I said about 80 to 85%, I was sure it was him.
And turning now to what has been marked as States Exhibit 3C, this was a photo in folder number 3. Do you recall also identifying this photo?
Yes, I had said that a small percentage, I believe it could be him.
And do you recall what percentage you assigned to that photo?
Not currently, I do not.
You said small percentage.
A smaller percentage.
And what about the individual in that photo appeared to be like the individual who had pointed a gun at you?
No, he has visible tattoos and his face is, I mean, if that was not the face. So I would say maybe one of them, but not the guy who was there at that time.
And is that because the photo in the State's Exhibit 3C, that individual has neck and face tattoos?
Yes.
And you knew that the person who pointed a gun at you did not?
Yes, at that time, at least he did not.
Were you also shown a second lineup by the Willoughby Hills Police?
Yes.
And during that lineup, were you able to identify anyone?
I do not recall. I think so, but I can't be sure. It was a year at that time, so. I remember identifying two pictures, like I selected two pictures from from both the lists, and one I was very confident about, and one I was not sure if it's like 100% the same guy, but he could be, and a smaller percentage of him could be. So I identified two pictures.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to stumble over it.
Bangalore.
Ms. Banwalker, you indicated that you were parked between 7:40 and 8:05.
Yes.
How light was it at that point?
It was peak summer. It was pretty bright outside.
Okay, so lighting wasn't an issue.
No, it
Were
wasn't.
the lights on in the parking lot?
No, it was quite sunny. There were no lights in the parking lot at that time.
And in your testimony this afternoon, you talked about two males approaching the car.
Yes.
Was there ever a time that you indicated there was only one male that approached the car?
No, there were two. They were standing side by side.
Do you ever recall saying you weren't sure if there were two people or three people involved?
No, I was pretty sure there were two at least who came close to the car, and when in the car there were the driver, and I'm not sure if he had another person with him in the other red car, but the people...
There could have been another person other than the driver?
Could be, yes.
And do you recall making a statement that the person that spoke to you had shoulder-length dreadlocks?
Neck length, like low, like up until here, so yeah, yes.
Did you ever make the statement that the person who approached you had shoulder-length dreadlocks? Is that something that you said?
I mean, lower neck length up till shoulder, yes, I did mention that.
And the person that approached wasn't wearing a mask?
No.
And you're saying that you didn't notice any face or neck tattoos on this individual?
No.
Now, in the photo lineups, you indicated that one of the pictures you were 80% sure.
Yes.
In the video, you indicated that you were 20% sure of the other picture. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, it was a very small percentage that I was sure about it.
Well, it's 20.
Probably.
I'm the number that you used was 20.
Yeah.
You agree with that or not?
Yes, I would say yes.
And when you went through the pictures, you didn't see number 2, go through them and then tell the officer that's the guy, did you?
I'm sorry, I did not understand that.
You didn't go through you were given 10 folders, I believe?
Yes,
Okay. And you were asked to look at all 10 folders?
one by one, yes,
Which you did.
yes.
When you looked through the first 10 folders, when you looked through the folders the first time, you didn't tell the officer that was administering the lineup, I know who it is, did you?
I don't recall. I saw all the pictures
And then you went through
then,
them again,
yes.
because you weren't sure the first time.
It's not that I wasn't sure, it was more like I was trying to, like I said, even during that time and when I was speaking to the officer, I was so numb and I was so jittery at that time that I had to go through everything again. I had to recall everything again. I had to talk about everything again, and it was difficult. So yes, I had to look through them again.
So the first time you weren't sure, you wanted to go through them again.
It wasn't that I wasn't sure. It's just that I wanted to see again, just to be sure that I'm not making a wrong call.
Just to be sure.
That I'm not making a wrong call.
Right, but you wanted to go through a second time to be sure, the implication being you weren't sure the first time.
She's answered that now 3 times, so let's move on.
All right. Did you see any of these 3 or 4 individuals use a cell phone?
No,
Did you see any cell phones on any of the 3 or 4 individuals?
no, not that I recall, no.
You indicated that the person that approached your window was wearing a hoodie.
Yes, it
Was the
was
hood up or down?
down, because I could see his hair, so down, yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Oh, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah McCullough.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear to testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
All right, have a seat right here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Sarah McCullough, SarahMcCullough.
Where are you currently employed?
Central Dispatch to the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current job title?
I am Supervisor Sergeant of Dispatch.
How long have you been with Central Communications?
5.5 years?
Did you recently get promoted?
Yes.
What is Central Communications?
Central Communications handles all the wireless 911s for Lake County. We also dispatch for several police and fire agencies throughout the county.
Lake County?
Yes.
Where is Central Communications located?
In Kirtland, off Garfield Road.
What is the process when a 911 call comes in from a landline versus a cell phone?
Cell phone 911s hit off of the cell phone towers throughout the county. Those come in to our emergent lines. The admin lines are, somebody has to directly dial the phone number to that specific police department to come into our center.
What is an admin line? What does that mean?
That means it's a non-emergency line, so somebody would have to dial the number directly for that police department and not 911 for it to come into that other line.
Okay, so if I am at my home located in Willoughby Hills, Ohio, and I use a landline that is a phone attached to the wall and dial 911, who will it ring to?
That will ring to our center.
Central Dispatch?
Correct, yes.
Okay. In addition to calling from a resident's landline, if a person from Lake County calls a non-emergency local police department number, that will also come to Central?
If it is one of our agencies.
Okay. Which agencies does Central Communications dispatch for?
Police departments, we dispatch for the Sheriff's Office, Lake County Metro Parks, North Perry, Prairie Village, Painesville City, Fairport, Grand River, Willoughby Hills, White Hill, Timberlake, Kirtland Hills, and Lakeland on the weekends.
When a city has their own dispatch and a call comes into Central, do you then transfer that call to that police agency's dispatch center?
Yes, if it's outside our jurisdiction.
Does Central Communications dispatch for the city of Willoughby Hills?
Yes.
Police Department? Okay. And it's in Willoughby Hills in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Now, what software programs do you utilize at Central Communications?
We utilize ICAD, which is our call system. We also utilize different radio systems. We have different software that helps us with the pings, Rapid SOS, flat cameras, different softwares that help us bring information in.
When you say pings, what do you mean?
We have Rapid SOS that actually brings into us and throws onto like a Google map format to us, showing the exact address within a certain amount of radius that the call's coming in at.
And you mentioned earlier the ICAD system. Is that ICAD?
Yes.
What is that program?
That is our CAD system. That is what we enter our calls in, dispatch our police and fire departments through.
When you're utilizing the ICAD system, do multiple people have access to that program?
Within the room, yes.
What information is included in the ICAD system?
First, we gather the address of wherever the incident's happening, what kind of call it is. If the caller wants to leave their information, we gather that, and then the nature of the call, whatever the information the caller's.
When a 911 call comes into Central Communications, do you take the call single-handedly or work as part of a team?
As call taker, we'll take the initial call, and who's ever working that police desk will then dispatch out to their police departments.
Does that second Central Communications employee broadcast information out to the officers?
Yes.
Okay, is that second Central Communications dispatcher able to hear everything that you are communicating with the 911 caller?
They do not hear it, they're seeing what's going into the CAD.
Do you put written notes into the CAD system?
Yes.
That the other employees are able to view?
Yes.
And are documents saved and generated as part of the practice of Central Communications from that CAD system?
Yes, it does keep it.
And were you able to review those prior to testifying here today?
Yes.
say?
Yes.
What is the flock camera system and how does it work on your end at Central Communications?
The flock system is a web-based program that we get alerts from that send us people with warrants, stolen vehicles, stolen license plate, missing people. That'll alert us. We can also utilize that in searching for license plates that were given to see if we can locate a vehicle.
When you say stolen vehicles, are you automatically notified of stolen vehicles?
It has to be entered through the lead system, which is done through a ProIO, and that automatically hits on the cameras and alerts us that there's a stolen vehicle and where it's at.
What information is entered into the lead system for a stolen vehicle?
It'll come through the police department that is reporting the vehicle stolen, the license plate, VIN, information about where it was taken from, the make, model, year of the vehicle.
The police department inserts that information into leads, and that vehicle license plate appears on the flock system. You would be able to see that?
Yes, it shows us a picture of the vehicle.
Is the flock system a recorded singular photograph system, or is it a live view of wherever the flock camera is physically located?
It'll give us a snapshot, but it's not a live view.
Do you at Central Communications operation in for stolen vehicles into leads?
Yes.
Now, when you view the flock camera system, do you just get a picture of the vehicle and the plate?
It'll get it's hitting off of and a glimpse of the map of where that flock camera is.
Does the picture contain a view of who is inside that car or who is driving when it is captured by the flock system?
Not necessarily.
When you say the location, is that the location of the flock camera?
Yes.
What is a BOLO and how does it work at Central Communications?
A BOLO is something that we send out to surrounding agencies provided by our police departments on information on missing people, attempted location like that to alert other agents.
Agencies can put a BOLO out.
Yes, and other.
Agencies be out of county.
Yes.
When you're entering a BOLO for a information, is typically broadcast in a BOLO as it relates to a vehicle.
That usually comes from the officers, but normally it is generated with the make, year, model, plate, VIN if we have it, information again on who possibly took it, if it was taken with keys, any kind of officer safety, weapon information, whatever the officer is providing to us.
Is the color common trait that can be broadcast as well in a BOLO?
Yes.
If a Lake County agency enters a BOLO, does it have to be put out through Central, or can the individual police agency enter the BOLO themselves?
Depending on the timing of the day, some police departments have their own clerks on during the normal business hours that they'll have their clerks put out. If it's after hours, Central Communications can put those out.
What is considered after hours typically?
Typically Monday through Friday, anywhere between 8 to 4.
So if a BOLO is put out outside of those hours, it would oftentimes be put out through Central Communications?
Yes.
Objection. Overruled.
If a non-Lake County agency puts out a BOLO, how do you at Central Communications receive that information and then transmit it out?
We receive that through the lead system, through our CAD system, and we send to the officers' computers that they have in their cruisers, also broadcast that over to the radio of the information that the other agencies have sent out, and alert them on any of the information.
Is Central Communications the only Lake County agency that receives information in BOLOs from out-of-county agencies?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention to a 911 call placed in this case for the Willoughby Hills Police Department on July 3rd, 2024. Do you recall in reviewing your CAD system what time the 911 call came into Central Communications?
I do not.
Is that time documented anywhere?
Yes, it's on the CAD system.
Okay. And if I showed you a printout of the CAD system, would that refresh your memory as to the time the call came in?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, are you also able to tell me what time the officers were dispatched and what time officers arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Sitting here now, are you unable to recall the specific times? For
Correct.
all three of those?
Yes.
Okay. All right, do you see this document up on your screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's our call screen.
Okay. And in looking at that document, does that refresh your memory of the time that the call came in, the time the officers were dispatched, and what time officers arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay, what are those times?
Call came in at 8:12 p.m. Officers were dispatched at 8:17 p.m. They arrived at 8:22, and the call was closed out of our system at 9:11 p.m.
What does that mean, closed out of your system?
It means that the officers cleared the scene and they went back to work on their reports.
Okay. What location did you dispatch police officers to?
I believe it was Bishop Park Apartments.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I believe it was Bishop Park Apartments.
Bishop?
Bishop
Okay, where is that located?
in Willoughby Hills.
Okay, is that in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay, and would the specific apartment complex be listed in your CAD documents?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if this call that came in was from a landline or a cell phone?
Based off the CAD system, it came in on an admin line.
What is an admin line again?
That is a number that has to be dialed directly to the police department and not 911.
Okay, so it rolls over from the police department to central communications?
It comes straight to us.
Okay. What was the nature of the phone call that came into central communications?
It came in from an anonymous caller that a vehicle had pulled in, and it was a female who
Overruled.
You can continue.
a female who had just recently been attacked in the parking lot. They gave the vehicle description and the two descriptions of the, I believe, males that were involved in the incident.
Okay, did you have any names of males involved?
No.
Okay, and the description of the vehicle, do you recall what the plate was that was provided to central communications?
No.
Would that plate be documented in your system?
Yes.
Are you unable to recall what that plate is?
Yes.
If I show you this document, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, what was the plate that was provided to you?
The plate is HYK 7490 that was provided to us.
And what did you do as a result of being provided that plate?
That was entered into our flock system to see if it had hit the flock camera in Willoughby Hills.
Okay, and were you able to determine an inbound and outbound time?
Yes.
And what were those times and what location?
It hit the inbound Par Lane camera going into the complex at 8:03 p.m. and left at 8:06 p.m.
Do you know where the Par Lane camera is located?
No.
After this plate was put into the flock camera, was it the information on the times 8:03 and 8:06 p.m. provided to the police officers involved?
I can't speak to that. I was not working that part of the desk that day.
Did Willoughby Hills Police department put out their own BOLO that night?
Yes.
And just generally, what information was included in that BOLO put out by Willoughby Hills?
The nature
Overruled.
nature of the incidents that happened. It also went out with the vehicle, the plate, the description of the two suspects.
And that plate you're talking about, is that the HYK 7490 plate?
Yes.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCauley, you testified on direct that when 911 calls come in via cell phone, that you ping the calls.
Correct.
You call it. And is it fair to say that the ping gives you a range of where that cell phone could be?
Yes.
Okay. As opposed to a pinpoint location, it gives a range.
Yes.
The flock cameras, is it fair to say that those focus mainly on the license plate?
It could also pick up on other identifying factors depending on the information whatever agencies entered the stolen vehicle or whatever the case is.
For example, what would be the other things?
Again, the missing person, it could hit off of a social, it could hit off a driver's license number. Specifically, this one hit off of the plate that was entered stolen.
Okay. And in this case, we're only dealing with the license plate, right?
Yes.
And from the information at your disposal, you don't know anything about the occupants of the automobile in question?
I don't understand, I'm sorry.
You don't know, based on the information that you got from FLOT, you don't have any information about the passengers in the vehicle?
Correct, from Flock.
Now, this anonymous caller, if I understood you correctly, they called the police department directly,
Yes.
and that call rolled over to your department?
Comes in through the Willoughby Hills police line.
One moment.
L-O-D-Y-M-Y-R. Last name Savka, S-A-V-K.
Floyd.
Shake eyes, please.
What is your current job title?
Detective.
How long have you held the role of detective? Approximately.
Since July of 2022.
Prior to being assigned to the Detective Bureau, did you hold any other positions at the Shaker Heights?
I was a patrolman since 2017 as a teen patrolman. June 2016, and I'm assigned to a SWAT unit as well.
What is the difference between patrol and Detective Bureau? What is the difference?
Patrol generally handles calls for service and collects initial facts and evidence at the scene, and then Detective Bureau is responsible to investigate the leads investigate the leads and figure it out what happened to intelligence. Yeah.
What is the structure of the Detective Bureau in
Generally
different
speaking,
divisions
we get
at
assigned. So we have a general bureau, burglary bureau, as what we refer to. We have an intelligence unit, and we have a juvenile bureaus we refer to.
Which unit or division are you assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to intelligence that has
what types of cases do you work on in the intelligence?
things that are going on generally speaking, we get assigned narcotics, burglaries, anything involved with a weapon, any type of we refer to as street crime, so aggravated robberies, anything that has a string of multiple things that are going on in our area and region police departments. Our responsibility is to get together with other police departments and also get together.
Shaker Heights in Cuyahoga County. Now, Shaker Heights is located in Cuyahoga County, adjacent to Lake
Yes,
County.
we did. Correct.
On July 3rd, you received that was Shaker Heights Police Department initially dispatched to an aggravated robbery that occurred in Shaker Heights in Cuyahoga County.
So we did receive a call for service. Yes, we did. Which patrol responded
Did
to
you
it.
receive that initial call, and did you respond initially to that scene?
I responded to. So we did receive a call for service, which patrol responded to it, and then shortly after I responded to assist patrol.
When you arrived on scene, what was your role to assist
Initially,
the
I did not
patrol officers?
directly to the scene. Initially, I did not respond directly to the scene. I responded to, in this case, we had a victim's phone that was pinging, and it was pinging going in the west direction into Cleveland. So I responded to and attempted to locate the phone with the vehicle.
What do you mean by the phone was pinging?
So the victim had his car taken, and his cell phone was still in the vehicle. So to my understanding, my recollection, he was using iPhone app to locate his phone. So at that time, we were getting location information that patrol officers were trying to follow up and follow that vehicle. So I responded to help them out.
Okay, so the person whose vehicle was taken in Shaker Heights, what was his name?
Nicholas Northup.
And Nicholas was using an iPhone application to try and locate his missing cell phone.
To my recollection, I believe that's what it was, yes.
What area of Cleveland did you respond to help look for the missing cell phone?
Objection. Overruled.
If my memory serves me correctly, it was Woodland and East 110th is where we ended up finding the cell phone. So it was going in the westbound direction until we got to that point.
Is Woodland and East 110th located in the city of Shaker Heights or another jurisdiction?
It's located in Cleveland, city of Cleveland.
Does the city of Cleveland border parts of Shaker Heights?
Yes, we do.
Were you or other members of your department successful in locating Mr. Northrup's cell phone?
Yes, one of our patrol officers located the phone.
When the phone of Mr. Northrup was located, did the police take any steps in the investigation related to that cell phone?
I was not, at that moment, I was not on scene when they located the phone. However, I do know that they collected blind swabs from the cell phone.
Overruled.
What is a blind swab? What does that mean?
It's a cotton swab. It looks like a Q-tip, and we swab the area where potential suspect touched to an attempt to we would send it out to a laboratory and attempt to obtain DNA. Correct.
In addition to taking a swab of Mr. Northrup's cell phone, did the Shaker Heights Police Department also collect DNA swabs from the cheeks of Mr. Northrup?
Yes, we collected DNA from Northup and a female who also had access to his cell phone and be on that cell phone.
When you arrived on scene to assist in this investigation, was that Mr. Northrup?
Already speaking with patrol officers.
Did you or anyone in your department locate Mr. Northrup's missing vehicle at that time?
No, we did not.
What steps were taken to transmit stolen vehicle information to other law enforcement agencies in the area?
So what that means is that we're sending paperwork out to our leads, where anytime an officer runs or types in the license plate, it'll come back as stolen. And then I'm aware that we also put out a BOLO, which stands for Be on the Lookout, to other counting us just to inform them that we had an aggravated robbery and this is the type of car that was taken.
What were the vehicle identifiers that were included in the BOLO that was put out by the Shaker Police Department?
If I remember correctly, they had a license plate, that it was a Ford, they either described it as red or maroon license plate, and it said something along the lines that it was taken during aggravated robbery.
Okay, and the type of vehicle, an SUV?
Correct.
Now, July 3rd into July 4th, just after midnight, were you still on shift working?
No, I was not.
when you wanted to work, did you have any involvement with Mr. Northrup's vehicle?
Yes, the following day, I received a phone call from my supervisor asking to return to work and assist with processing the vehicle.
So you were not involved in getting this vehicle belonging to Mr. Northrup?
I was not directly involved. The vehicle was found in Cleveland. I was never directly involved there. My assignment started when I came to work and the vehicle was already in a Prado.
Where is the property locker located? At your police department?
Correct, Shaker Heights Police Department.
And when you first responded to your department, did you take a series of photographs?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A through G. I'll have you take a look at these items. This is also a pointer. Have you finished looking at State's Exhibit 1A through G?
I did.
Are they fair and accurate photographs?
They are.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish State's Exhibits 1A through G at this time.
Objection to those exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yep.
Detective Southfield, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 1A?
This is the victim's vehicle that was taken on July 3rd. This is Nicholas Northup vehicle that he was driving on that night.
What is the manufacturer of this vehicle and what color is it?
It's a maroon Ford.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 1B? What are we looking at?
It's the same vehicle. It's a Ford, maroon Ford that was driven by Mr. Northup.
State's Exhibit 1C, what are we looking at and what side of the vehicle?
It's the same vehicle that Mr. Northup was driving, and this is the passenger side of the vehicle.
State's Exhibit 1D, what is this?
Same vehicle that Mr. Northam was driving, and this is the driver's side with an open door.
State's Exhibit 1E, what is
Inside of the vehicle, the steering wheel and the center console.
State's Exhibit 1,
The vehicle that Mr. Northam was driving.
and State's Exhibit 1G, what is this?
This is the center console of the Ford that Mr. Northam was driving, and this is a center console where a glove was found.
In addition to taking photographs, what else did you do to process this vehicle? And I'll display State's Exhibit 1D.
I collected blind swab from inside of the vehicle.
Using the pointer, I believe it's the top button that's in front of you on the screen, are you able to point where you collected these blind swabs from?
collected the swabs, which is located right here. I also collected swabs from the steering wheel, and then a gear shifter, which I cannot see in that picture.
Okay. So the door handle, is it the silver or the black and silver location further down?
It's the same door handle that you have to pull in order to get out of that car.
Move to State's Exhibit 1. Is the gear shifter displayed?
Gear shifter in this vehicle.
So, object?
Correct.
Did fob for each load?
Or the cotton swabs, it comes with two, which will be used. Gear shifter got two swabs, a whole different gear or for the steering wheel and door handles.
What type of packaging do you put the swabs in the items?
The paper packaging, so back in there, and then afterwards I will put it in a manila envelope that's an evidence envelope.
Once the evidence envelope is sealed and labeled, does it go to a secure evidence room at your police department?
Yes, we have a property room that's property custodian has access to unlock them.
And from there, do the swabs either get transferred to a different police agency or a crime lab for further processing?
Correct.
Now, in addition to processing the vehicle, were there two cell phones that you looked at in your portion of the investigation that were at your police department when you arrived for your next shift?
Yes, there were two cell phones.
Who did those cell phones belong to?
One of them belonged to King Hegwood, and another one belonged to Pierre Butler.
And as a result of having those cell phones, did you then obtain search warrants to be able to search those phones?
I did.
Once you obtained the search warrants, which officer was tasked with extracting the data from those cell phones?
Detective Kurt Falke.
Is he also with the Shaker Heights Police Department?
Yes, he is.
And in your investigation, were you able to determine the phone numbers for those two cell phones that you had belonging to Mr. Hagwood and Mr. Butler?
I was able to figure out the cell phones. I believe I figured it out not through the search warrant, but through a subscriber's information subpoena for King.
Okay. And do you know the cell phone numbers off the top of your head for Mr. Butler and Mr. Hagwood?
I don't.
Okay. Are they contained anywhere that would refresh your memory?
They're both listed in my report.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Are you able to recall those phone numbers if I show you your report and have you take a look at it and then I'll take the report away from you?
Sure.
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Okay, and what are those two phone numbers?
216, 801, I don't remember. Two 801-1094 is was King Hagwood's phone number, and Pierre was 216-333-7964.
Shaker Heights Police Department did not end up charging an individual responsible for the actions that occurred in your jurisdiction in Shaker Heights. Is that correct?
Objection.
That is correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Did Shaker Heights obtain a DNA swab from the cheek of Pierre Butler?
Yes, we did.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. On direct, you made references to a car theft that occurred in Shaker Heights. Do you recall that?
Aggravated robbery that occurred in Shaker Heights, correct?
You would agree with me that that's not the case that you're testifying about this afternoon, correct?
I am not testifying to what occurred in Shaker Heights, correct?
Right. That alleged robbery has nothing to do with this case. It's not part of the indictment. It's not one of the allegations. Is that correct?
In my opinion, it's
I'm
somehow
not asking
tied
for your
up.
opinion, yes or no.
It is tied up.
Okay. And would you agree that Cuyahoga County and Lake County have different venues?
They do, yes.
And in your training experience, you're familiar with the term venue?
I'm assuming you're referring to court?
Yes. In other words, a crime that occurred in Cuyahoga County wouldn't be prosecuted in Lake County and vice versa, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what I mean when I say you refer to this other alleged ag robbery, but it's not part of this case.
Correct.
Now, you talked about this Maroon Explorer was recovered. You were part of that process of recovering the vehicle.
No, sir, I was not there.
So, as I visualized it as you were testifying, they found the vehicle and then they called you in. Correct?
I was made aware early in the morning on that day that the vehicle was recovered by the Cleveland Police Department. 2 individuals were arrested.
Okay. What time was that?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. And then you're attributing the phone numbers, one to Mr. Hadwood and one to Pierre Butler. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those cell phones were found in the Maroon Explorer, correct?
You would have to ask the Cleveland officers that took the 2 individuals in
So you
custody.
don't know?
I'm not going to testify to exactly where they were found, if they were found on person or in the vehicle.
Okay. So you don't know?
I don't recall.
One moment, Your Honor.
go, Your Honor.
All right, going off record.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Kurt Falke.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat. Ms. Wood?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Kurt Falke, K-U-R-T-F-A-L-K-E.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with Shaker Heights Police Department.
How long have you been employed with Shaker Heights Police?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Which police academy did you attend?
In Ohio, I attended the Cleveland Heights Police Academy.
Prior to being employed by Shaker Heights, were you employed in a law enforcement capacity elsewhere?
I worked for a sheriff's department in North Carolina, for Forsyth County Sheriff's Department.
How do you spell that county?
F-O-R-S-Y-T-H.
Have you been with Shaker Heights Police Department while you've been in Ohio?
Yes, this is the only place I've worked in Ohio.
And were you involved in the initial response of the Shaker Heights Police Department to an aggravated robbery in your city on July 3rd, 2024?
I was not part of the initial response, no.
What are your job duties in the Detective Bureau?
Investigate cases and crimes in the city of Shaker Heights. I'm also a certified phone forensic operator for Celebrate and analyst for Celebrate.
What is Celebrate and what training do you have specific to that program?
Celebrate is a phone forensics software that our department purchases through the company. I completed training with them in spring of 2024, which is the year we also purchased the software to become a certified operator and analyst.
Did you use a different program to extract cell phone data prior to Celebrate?
We had another cell phone data extraction software. It was originally Sustine, and then it became Data Pilot. We used that for a couple of years prior to switching over to Celebrate.
Sustine spelled S-U-S-T-I-N-E?
S-U-S-T-E-E-N.
And were you trained on that program to extract cell phones?
I was trained by another detective associated with that one. I had never had the formal training through the company for that one.
And what was the length of the training that you received directly from the Celebrate company?
It was a 40-hour training.
Was that in person or online?
It was set up online to be completed with their instructors directly through the classroom.
What topics did you learn about in this Celebrate training?
The general operation of the software, how to complete cell phone acquisitions, and then how to analyze the data once you receive the acquisition off the phone, and then creating of reports to be able to provide those reports to other officers or prosecutor's office.
Are given a cell phone and have permission either by consent or search warrant to search that phone, can you walk us through the steps that you undertake to extract the data from a phone?
Shaker Heights has the more advanced Celebrate system. It's called the Celebrate Premium. You pay more for it, but it allows you to do unlocks for locked phones. So that is something that we have that some other agencies don't. So in a case where a search warrant would be required, the officer or detective would bring me the phone with a signed search warrant. I would verify that this is the phone that the search warrant is discussing through the IMEI number or the description of the phone. And then once that is done, then you connect the phone to the software. It kind of just walks you through, because it's going to ask you a couple of questions about the phone. Is this an Apple phone? Is this an Android phone? You provided the information you have, and then it kind of walks you through step by step of how to access the phone. And then the software itself actually does the accessing of the password. And then once it has gained access to the phone, then the software will ask you, do you want a full forensic physical acquisition of this phone? And in this case, the answer was yes.
Okay. And once you complete the full physical acquisition of the phone, is all that data then pulled into a program that's in a readable format that a user could then look at?
Yeah, so all the data, it's basically a mirror image of what's on the phone, but it's through Cellebrite's reader. So it pulls all the information from the phone and it saves it on the computer system, which is kept under lock and key. Our Cellebrite system is separate from anywhere else. It's kept by itself, where only certified users have access to it. Then from that, a report is created which transfers all that data into a readable report that is then given to the detective, where he can go through all the information on the phone and he can see what is important to his case, and he can create reports through that to share with the prosecutor's office.
What is the software program called that you can look at the contents of the cell phone prior to creating, say, a PDF report?
So on ours, it's Cellebrite Physical Analyzer, but then you create a Cellebrite Reader report so that when I give it to another detective, they have access to go through it all, just like I would have access to go through it all.
Okay, so when you provide the extraction to another detective, you don't necessarily have to print anything out. It's all in digital format that you can click through different features of the cell phone.
Yes, it has the application goes with the report. It has all the information that they can utilize the Cellebrite Analyzer Reader report to go through all the information so that they can see what is important to their case and what is not important to their case.
With the more advanced Cellebrite software, if you do not have a cell phone passcode to unlock the phone and complete the extraction, what do you do in that scenario?
So same as what I said earlier, you connect it to the software. It's going to ask you a few questions about the phone. You provide that information to the software. Cellebrite utilizes different methods. Sometimes they use a jailbreak, which is it's just constantly trying different passwords to get into the phone. And then depending on what type of phone it is, they also have software that allows it to bypass the password and to gain access to the phone.
Okay. And did you complete 2 phone extractions in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Strike that, I'll ask a different question. Did those cell phones come from the Shaker Heights Police Department evidence room?
I didn't pull them out of the evidence room. I assumed that Detective Sofka did.
Overruled.
Detective Sofka provided me 2 cell phones associated with this case with a search warrant for both of them.
Okay. And once you took a look at that search warrant and verified the cell phones, did you then complete the extraction process that you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. Who did those cell phones belong to?
So I didn't go through the data. The Detective Sofka advised, because I requested a report to go with it as well, and
Objection. Overruled.
I believe that one of them was King Hagwood, but I don't recall who the other belonged to.
Okay. Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yep.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. I'm going to have you cut open the top part and take a look at the envelope inside.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 7?
Yes.
What is it and how do you recognize it?
It's a Shaker Heights Police evidence envelope associated with case SHPD 2024-001098, and it was collected on July 4, 2024. And it says it was repackaged by Detective Savka on July 11, 2024.
Okay. And I'll have you open that cell phone or open that package and take a look at what's inside.
There's another evidence envelope and cell phone and a copy of a search warrant.
Okay. And that cell phone belongs to King Hagwood?
According to the search warrant inventory, it states that it belongs to King Hagwood.
Okay. And is that phone in the same or substantially same condition as when you did the extraction on it?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the writing at the top of this, where it says password 1124, that's my writing I add to this. So that if Cellebrite provides us a password for a phone during the acquisition, I put it on the packaging so the detective will have that if he needs further access for some reason.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that exhibit back from you. This phone.
It's an iPhone.
Alright, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11. Okay, so I clicked State's Exhibit 11, this subfolder, and then the folder titled Suspect iPhone 8 Global. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 11?
This would be the digital report that would be given to the detective. It's the digital files. It's all the files that were collected from the phone, and it would come with the reader that allows him to access those files to be able to review it.
Okay, and this is a very fairly large file
Yes.
size? Okay. And do you have experience trying to open these large cell phone extractions and how long they typically take?
It could take a while. It could, depending on the size of it, it could take 10, 15, 20 minutes to open. It'll just keep running until all the information's in.
Okay. Now, from this initial extraction, are you able to create PDF reports?
You are able, from the reader, you're able to create PDF reports that would you would be able to get all the information into. There's different types. There's like initial phone PDF report, which is going to give you just some kind of data specifically about this phone, and then you can get more in depth. Officers have the ability, or detectives have the ability, to go through and highlight specific pieces of evidence from the phone acquisition that they deem to be pertinent to the case, and maybe they just do a report specific to the evidentiary pieces that they found that they want to share with people or prosecutor.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Okay, can you see State's Exhibit number 10 up on your screen?
I can.
Okay, What is this document?
This is a preliminary device report for Apple iPhone.
Okay, and this is 9 pages. I'm going to scroll through the 9. Generally, what information is included on page 2 through 9?
So these would be different accounts associated that were found inside the phone. You see Gmail account, Instagram account. It's going to give you some data. Maybe it'll give you the account username or a telephone number that was associated with the account or an email address that's associated with the account.
Okay. Different social media platforms?
Yeah, different, just different forms of accounts that are found on the phone. Google Fit was one of them.
Okay. Now scrolling back to States Exhibit 10, the first page, what model phone is this that we're talking about here?
It's iPhone 8.
Okay, and a little bit further down, we see in line 15 and line 20, the acronym MSISDN. What is that, and what numbers are listed?
So the MSISDN is the telephone number. It's an acronym that it basically means telephone number for the phone. On line 15, there isn't one listed, but on line 20, it's 1216-952-0073.
And what about on line 18? What is the other phone number listed?
That says last used MSISDN. That's 1216-801-1094.
How can a phone have 2 different numbers associated with it?
So your telephone numbers are typically go through your SIM card, but some phones allow for a digital SIM card as well. So you could have a physical SIM card and a digital SIM card, which could give you 2 telephone numbers. You could also have a telephone number associated with the phone through a application that might be on the phone that would be separate from the telephone number itself.
Can you give an example of what type of application would have a separate phone number apart from the phone number assigned by the carrier?
Possibly like a Text Now application or something along those lines. I don't know if that's in this specific situation.
Or Google Voice, is that another?
Google Voice would be another option.
Okay. Going to show you States Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize this document?
This is an extraction report from Celebrite.
Okay, and when we're looking at States Exhibit number 12, we see the first column, the pound sign or hashtag numerically labeled, and then we see type and direction. What do those columns mean?
So the number is just the piece of evidence that you see that's been acquired. And then in number 2, the type is whether this is an instant message, is it a call log? It could go down, it'll list what type of transaction it is.
Okay, and looking at the timestamp, what is the first in column number or row number 1, the date and time of this exhibit number 12?
It says July 3rd, 2024 at 2:05:59 p.m. UTC.
How do you convert UTC, or what is UTC?
UTC is a universal time standard that a lot of cell phones utilize because it doesn't change depending on like your time zone. So your UTC time is always UTC time, and then typically you'll see if this was associated with a specific time zone, you would see plus or minus a number next to it that would put you at the time for that specific time zone.
How do you convert this time zone in UTC to Eastern Standard Time?
So Eastern Standard Time is, I believe it's -5 from UTC, and then Eastern Daylight Time is -4.
Okay. So in daylight savings time from November to when we spring forward is -5, but during the summertime it's -4?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And Exhibit 10, I failed to ask, is this a fair and accurate copy of the preliminary device report from that cell phone you just identified in States Exhibit number 7?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit States Exhibit 10 and 12.
The objection at 10 or 12?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're both admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 13A through D. Okay, and States Exhibit 13A. Can you see that okay on your screen?
You might need to zoom in a little bit
Okay.
more.
Let me move in, zoom in a little bit in the center. Is that better?
Yeah.
Or do you need me to zoom in a little bit more?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so in States Exhibit 13A, I have highlighted under this field, what does this box state?
It says original file path, and then path and file name, or
Okay.
just name.
And what type of article are we looking at?
It's an image.
All right, and where do you find, or where do you see in States Exhibit 13A the file name?
So the file name is over to the right under name, and it's a very long name of letters and numbers.
Could you read the first few letters and numbers off?
B03DE216-3212-49E4, and so on.
Okay, and it continues a series of numbers and letters?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the date and time listed for this image that is highlighted here in States Exhibit 13A?
That'd be July 3rd, 2024 at 9:45:11 p.m. and it's UTC -4.
Okay, and so the UTC time has already been converted?
Yes.
Okay. And States Exhibit 13B. What is, or is this the same file name that you just testified to?
Yes, it appears it is.
Okay. And what is the date and time listed in this exhibit 13B?
July 3rd, 2024 at 9:44:58. It's PM at UTC -4, and that's the time it was created.
And can you tell anything about the file path of this highlighted exhibit?
So it was an attachment on a text message or an instant message through SMS. So it was an attachment through a text message.
Okay. And States Exhibit 13C, what are we looking at here, and how can you tell it was a SMS or text message?
So it says in the type instant message, and then it says attachments, file name, title. So it has an attachment associated with an instant message.
What is the timestamp listed on the right-hand side of the screen?
July 3, 2024, 9:45:11 PM, UTC -4.
And what are the phone numbers listed at the bottom of State's Exhibit number 13C?
It was texted from 1216-952-0073, and it was texted to 1216-372-2672.
And State's Exhibit 13D, what are we looking at here?
That would be the photo associated with these.
Okay, that was referenced in State's Exhibit 13A through C?
Yes.
Okay. And are these screenshots, including the metadata and the photo, fair and accurate from the cell phone extraction?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And I move to admit State's Exhibit 13A through D.
Any objection to those exhibits?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, they're all admitted.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 21. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 21? I can zoom in as well.
So the outside part of it all is what you would see if you open the Celebrite reader that I was speaking about earlier. And this looks like we're on a video file associated with the Celebrite reader.
What is the date and timestamp of this video?
It's created on July 3rd, 2024 at 1:50 and 55 seconds p.m. UTC -4.
All right, so the time has already been converted
Yes.
by the program. Okay. And what are the first few numbers in the file path name of this video?
3404-173-002-888-579689.
Okay, and then it continues a longer series of numbers after that?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the screenshot of the metadata in State's Exhibit number 21?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
Any objection to 21?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
And because this is a screenshot, not able to play the video, is that correct? The screenshot can't.
Yeah. If this is just a screenshot from your computer, you wouldn't be able to play the video.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 22. I'm going to draw your attention before I open it to the file name. Does that appear to be the same file name that you just read off from State's Exhibit number 21?
From my memory, I wouldn't be able to say for sure if they were next to each other.
I'll pull it up. Hold on, sorry. Oh, hold on. Sorry, having some technical. All right. Can you see that file name?
Yeah, if you just leave it there, I can check
Okay.
it. It appears to be the same file name.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 22 at this time.
Any objection to 22?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. You indicated on direct, detective,
Yes, sir.
and it's fair to say through the, that tells you what's in the phone, tell you who put it.
Associated with people that might us too, but I had a phone search warrant requesting to get the acquisition.
Okay, but you don't know whose fingers press the buttons each smash it?
No, sir, I couldn't tell you that.
Right, they can tell you that either. Knowing who took the pictures or that you saw of the Red Explorer?
I do not know who took the photos.
Now, you said, you opened the envelope, you said the one phone belonged to King Hagwood, and you didn't know who the other phone.
I don't recall. There might be documentation inside that phone or on the Celebrite report who Detective Sofka advised me who the phone belonged to.
Okay, but even when you say belonged to, you made a determination of that based on the phone subscriber, correct?
If you want to look further into the data, there would be, telephone numbers, accounts associated with people, probably pictures of that person. They probably utilize their name in it.
Well, let's not talk about probably. You have no idea whose hand this phone was in on July 4th.
No, sir, I do not.
2024. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I do not personally know that information.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Dylan Weidrich.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. Ms. Wood?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Yes, my first name is Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, last name Weidrick, W-E-I-D-R-I-C-K.
Where are you currently employed?
The Willoughby Hills Police Department.
In what capacity?
I am a patrolman.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been employed with the Willoughby Hills Police Department?
Just under 2 years.
What are your job duties as a patrolman?
To respond to calls of service, engage with the community, investigate matters that need to be investigated further, enforce traffic laws, things like that.
Which police academy did you attend?
The Cleveland Heights Police Academy.
After graduation, did you immediately begin your employment with Willoughby Hills Police Department?
Yes, I did.
When you first started at Willoughby Hills, what type of training did you undergo?
I started a field training program.
What does that mean?
It's a 12-week program where you get assigned with a more veteran patrolman where they ride with you, they explain, how, pretty much how to work the road, how to, the proper paperwork that needs to be filed, our reporting system, how to talk with the community, just things of that nature.
How long approximately is the field training program?
Approximately 12 weeks.
After that 12 weeks, have you attended any other training to maintain current in your field?
Yes, I have. I've attended pursuit driving training, SWAT 1, street cop training, and other schools within that time period.
I'm going to draw your attention to an incident in Willoughby Hills, Lake County, Ohio on July 3rd, 2024. Were you working that day and involved in the initial response?
No, I was not.
Were you briefed or did you learn about what had happened on July 3rd, 2024 at Pine Ridge Apartments?
No, I was not.
In the days afterwards, on July 10th, 2024, did you become involved in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
How did you initially become involved?
I was speaking with Detective Powell in his office. He had asked me if I would do a photo lineup for an investigation. I told him that I would, and he had told me that the victim in the investigation was coming in, and that he just briefed me quickly on to remind me on how to do a photo lineup that he had already created, and that's how I became involved.
Okay. And did you know who the victim was or have any idea about the facts of the case?
No, I did not.
What specifically did Detective Powell hand to you to conduct a photo lineup in this matter?
He handed me 10 folders, stated that 6 of the folders would have a picture of somebody, 4 of the folders would just have a blank piece of paper. He handed me the instructions for the photo lineup that I would read to the victim, and there was another page that I would write notes if they were to identify somebody.
They being who?
The victim,
Okay. And what was the victim's name?
Bina Bandwalker.
And how many sets or how many different lineups did Detective Powell provide to you that day?
2 different lineups, just one at a time now.
Did you go through those folders and review the photographs and who was contained in those pictures prior
No.
to administering the lineup?
No.
Did you know even the names of the people contained within the folder system?
No, I did not.
Did you know where the photos came from?
No, I did not. I mean,
Besides Detective Powell giving them to you?
right.
Okay. What instructions, just generally, did you provide to Bina prior to beginning the lineup?
That I would be handing her 10 folders labeled 1 through 10 She was to go through every single one of the folders, that some of the folders would have blank pieces of paper in them, but to still go through the folder, to look at each photo as long as she needed. If at any point she wanted to go back and look at a folder, that she would have to restart the process and look at all 10 over again, and to let me know if she identified anybody within the folders.
As Bina was looking through the folder system in the first lineup, what did you do while she was viewing those images?
I sat there, I was getting ready to take notes at any point, and I was just taking the folders as she was done with them.
Did you keep the folders in the same order?
Yep.
Okay. And going to show you State's Exhibit number 3A. A through G. Let's scroll through A, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, E, and F. Does this look like the first lineup that you administered?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 3G, a photo lineup key, this is not something that you were in possession of?
No, I
Okay.
do not recognize that.
Okay. And you don't know these people in these photographs at all, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. And in relation to this first lineup, State's Exhibit 3A through G, how many times did Bina look at this lineup?
Twice.
And what did she say to you for identification purposes, if anything?
Just that she wanted to look through it a second time because I believe it was photos 2 and 3 that she wanted to look over again. And then upon the second look through, I believe it was folder number 2, she identified as the suspect in the matter, and that she was 85% sure that this was the person due to nose and face structure, dreadlocks, and the shoulders were slender.
Okay. And what did she say about folder number 3?
She said she was 20% sure, and that it had to do with the body structure and the dreadlocks, but again, she was not very confident in it.
Did she, I'm sorry if you already said this, did she assign a percentage to folder number 3 at all?
20%.
Okay. And while you said that she looked at folders number 2 and 3 again, did she look at all 10 folders the second time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did you give any hints or clues during the first view or second view of State's Exhibit 3A through G?
No, I didn't. I didn't know anybody in any of the pictures, and I had no knowledge of the case at all.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4A through G. For A, B, C, D, E, F. And same question, you don't know these people in State's Exhibit 4A through G?
No, I do not.
Okay, and this photo lineup key is not something you're familiar with or
No.
that you made?
No, it is not.
Okay. As to the second lineup, was Bina able to make any identification in State's Exhibit 4A through 4G?
No, she was not.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yep.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. On July 10th, 2024, how did you come to be assigned to this photo lineup?
I was just talking to Detective Powell in his office, and I think the victim was showing up around the same time period, and since I was already in front of him, he asked me to do it.
Have you ever administered a photo lineup prior to this?
No, that was my first one.
And as I understand it, you were provided all of the pictures by Detective Powell. You weren't involved in that process at all?
Not at all.
And as to the first lineup in states 3A through J, Ms. Banwalker looked through each folder,
Yes, she did, twice.
all 10?
Yep.
I'm getting that.
Oh, sorry.
Looked through the first time, looked through every folder, did make a selection,
True.
went through each picture again. And on picture number 2, she said she was 85% sure.
Correct.
On picture number 3, she said she was 20% sure.
Correct.
And those pictures are African-American males with dreadlocks, right? Is that your recollection?
I would have to look at the lineups again.
Okay. Well, and would you agree, if you recall, that the second lineup were 6 African-American males without dreadlocks?
Yeah, I would just have to look through it again.
Okay, and you were part of the selection?
No, I
Any
was
of the
not.
Pictures. Did you have any involvement after administering the photo lineup?
No, I have not had any involvement.
Did you ever see Mr. Hagwood in person throughout the investigation of this case?
No, I have not.
One moment here.
Any redirect?